Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had to teach love part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story Nuttynanners from AO3. So let's start the video. 1. In which 𝗬𝗧𝗏 accidentally flashes 𝗔𝗨𝗵𝗲 stood atop the cement platform that Mr. 𝗵𝗲 had created earlier that day for Class 1 as practical hero training. He'd managed to scale it in record time thanks to his work at 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's agency. Normally, it would have taken him just a bit longer to reach the top of the structure, but clearly the time he'd spent learning from 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 was paying dividends. He'd only been there for a couple of weeks, and juggling the work study with regular classes as well as UA's practical hero training was a lot of work. The work study alone was highly demanding of his time and kept him away some nights from his UA dorm. He missed his classmates, but he was incredibly grateful that he was able to work directly under the #1 hero. That same work study had also brought him closer to Shoto Todoroki and, well, sort of Katsuki Bakugo. Working closely with those two was an added challenge but also a lot of fun. He enjoyed watching as they also continued to improve with 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's instruction. Izuocha reached the top of the platform just then, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. Kirishima's hardening quirk was on full display as he pulled himself up over the edge to stand. "Great job, Kirishima!" Izuku exclaimed and smiled at the crimson, spiky-haired boy. Kirishima let out a sigh and said, "Thanks, Deku, though it wasn't quite fast enough to beat you up here. I guess training under the #1 hero is really paying off." The tough, hardened exterior softened to normal skin as Kirishima stood by Deku. "Yeah, I think so too." Deku began only to be cut off by a high-pitched squeal. Deku turned his gaze back toward the edge of the cement platform and saw that Mina Ashido, Pinky, was gradually being floated up to their level. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of her because it meant that Ochako 𝗬𝗧𝗏 must be close by. "Watch out, boys, I'm coming in for a landing," Ashido shouted as she floated just above the platform. Both Kirishima and Deku looked up at her and stepped slightly back as her weightless frame floated just in front of them. Kirishima broke out in a full smile at the sight of her. "Ashido, what the heck? Why did you use 𝗬𝗧𝗏 to get up here? We all know you're badass enough to scale this thing all on your own." Ashido's weightless state suddenly changed and she dropped to the ground like a rock. She must have been somewhat surprised by the drop because she landed HRD on her backsides, letting out a grunt as she hit the ground. Just as she had started to fall, both Deku and Kirishima lunged forward to catch her, but they weren't quite fast enough to prevent the fall. "Ha. Guess I wasn't quite prepared for that landing. Don't worry over me, boys. I'm good, and I was helping out 𝗬𝗧𝗏. She wanted to try to float someone up while also scaling the cement on her own. Like doing two strong things at once," Ashido gleefully explained as both Kirishima and Deku struggled to catch themselves from stumbling in their failed attempt to catch her. "That makes perfect sense," Deku exclaimed once he'd regained his balance and attempted to extend a hand to Ashido but was apparently not quite fast enough since Kirishima was already there, hand out. Ashido took it with a smile and rose to her feet with the grace of the dancer that she was. Deku noticed a slight blush forming on Kirishima's cheeks as Ashido dropped his hand and faced the edge to apparently cheer on 𝗬𝗧𝗏, who was still attempting to ascend. A tiny smile tugged at the side of Kirishima's mouth as his hand returned to his side, his eyes slowly moving up to take in Ashido's peppy and cheering figure. "Kiris," Deku began but stopped mid-sentence when Kirishima whipped his head away from Ashido to look at Deku, a much redder blush coloring his cheeks. "What are you looking at?" he stammered. "That was weird," Deku thought to himself and was about to reply when Ashido's shouts of support took on a new level of volume. Ochako 𝗬𝗧𝗏 had reached the top of the cement structure. One small hand slapped onto the strong surface, followed by some grunting sounds, a second hand, and then the top of her auburn head popped into view. Way to go. You almost got it, girl. And you got me all the way up here while climbing. You are amazing. Come on, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Ashido shouted, bouncing up and down and now waving her arms. Deku couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. "We're almost there," grunted Uraraka as more of her head became visible and she pulled the rest of herself over the edge. Did it? She rolled onto her back and let out several tired breaths. Way to go, Uraraka! Both Kirishima and Deku exclaimed. Great job, Ochako! Ishido beamed, joining Uraraka on the ground and enveloping her in a hug. Thanks, Uraraka replied and patted Ishido's pink, wild hair. That was amazing, Uraraka. I had no idea you were going to try to use your quirk to get another person up all the while climbing the cement wall yourself. That seems like a lot of work, and to release her without falling yourself. How'd you do that? You have to have your fingers touch each other to release, right? How'd you manage that without falling down? Deku asked excitedly. He wished he had his backpack with him because he wanted to take down notes. Oh, it wasn't all that strong. Thanks to Kirishima making it up before me, there were some well-defined hand and foot holds for me. I just made sure my footing was secure, and when I saw that Pinky was out of my sight, I released her with just a quick touch of my fingers. The difficult part was keeping her afloat and trying to keep pace with her while I climbed. Uraraka replied and sat up. Ishido stood up as well, still apparently beaming with the excitement of having been floated up a huge cement structure, as she continued to bounce around. Uraraka began to rise to her feet, which Deku noticed a second too late. He moved to give her his hand, but Ishido bounced her way in front of him and practically pulled Uraraka to standing. That's so impressive, Uraraka. I bet that took a lot of stamina and concentration. Deku asked. A bit, yeah, but thanks to my work study I've been getting a lot stronger. I've been working on improving my stamina though, trying to stretch the limits of my quirk, Uraraka mused and smiled at Deku. He smiled back. Pfft, don't be so HRD on yourself, Ochako. You've got stamina for days. Plus, you got muscles, girl. Check out these abs. Ishido grabbed the hem of Uraraka's gym shirt and whipped it up, revealing her bare stomach. Both Deku and Kirishima's eyes followed Ishido's hand movement and landed on Uraraka's naked belly. The difference between gazes, however, was that Kirishima's eyes lingered there for only a moment or two before moving away, whereas Izuku's eyes somehow glued themselves to the now exposed pale skin. For what felt like a much longer time than it actually was, Deku took in the bare skin before him. She was somehow a perfect combination of soft and strong. His eyes followed the soft curve of her hips into the sharp edges of abdominal definition. It wasn't the six-pack abs that he was accustomed to seeing on himself or the other boys, it was just well-defined enough that he could make out what was probably a four-pack and well on its way to a six-pack. He could see the shadow of her ribs and could just barely make out the hem of what he assumed was her sports bra. His eyes took in the perfect little belly button in her middle that almost seemed to be winking at him. He was unaware of the blush that had started to spread over his cheeks as he continued to gaze at Uraraka's exposed abdomen. For him, time had stopped and all that was there was the bare belly before him. He had an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch the exposed skin. He was transfixed. See abs. This girl has abs. Ishido proclaimed proudly, snapping Deku out of his staring. A tide of red washed over Ochako's face and she ripped the hem of her shirt back down. Mina. What? That was embarrassing. The boys are right there. Uraraka hastily whispered into Ishido's surprised face. For the first time Ishido looked surprised, as if it hadn't crossed her mind that exposing her friend's abs could possibly be seen as embarrassing. Kirishima was quick to chime in. Don't sweat it, Uraraka. I basically have a shirt off all the time when I'm in my hero costume, so everyone can see me. Ishido's just proud of her friend, and she should be. You've got killer abs. Despite his words, there was just the faintest blush on his cheeks. Uraraka seemed briefly relieved until her eyes darted to Deku's face and took in his tomato-colored face. She squeaked and averted her gaze immediately. Deku felt like his face was going to burst into flames and swiftly turned his head away, nervously laughing. Hee, it's okay, Uraraka, not a big deal. Kirishima is right, they look great. Suddenly feeling like that could be taken the wrong way, he was quick to add, I mean we see his bare front part all the time. It's just all natural stuff. Not a big deal at all. However, the ever-darkening red on his cheeks and the octave increase in his voice begged to differ. Are you blushing, Deku? 𝐎𝐻𝐸𝐲 asked, a little too loudly. She shot a sly smile at Uraraka that only seemed to make the auburn-haired girl blush harder. What? No, I'm just looking away. Deku stammered, attempting to somehow turn his head even further away from 𝐻𝐸𝐲 and Uraraka. Come on guys, don't make it awkward. Kirishima paused, then pointed across the building they were in at their peers. Looks like everyone's finished up. We should head down and probably get ready for our next class. Good idea. Ochako, will you float me again? I want to float all the way down. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 asked, turning to Uraraka in excitement, quick to move forward from her friend's embarrassment. Sure, she mumbled and turned away from Deku and Kirishima entirely. Deku breathed out a sigh of relief and slowly turned himself around, preparing to descend the cement structure when Kirishima spoke. Well, that was a little awkward. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 just gets so pumped that she can be a little wild. He slapped Deku on the back and snorted. Come on man. Let's go. He charged forward and left Deku's side, though Deku stayed where he was. He could still feel the heat on his face and knew that he was likely still red as a beet. Why am I so embarrassed? Kirishima is right, it's not that big of a deal. It's just skin. So I saw her stomach, her bare stomach, and part of her BR, and her bare skin, and it looked so soft, and I wonder if it would have felt soft. I've never seen a girl's bare belly before. I mean, I guess in swimsuits and stuff, but this was Uraraka's tummy and not in a swimsuit kind of bare. What would it feel like to touch? I've never touched a girl's bare skin, let alone her abdomen before. Would it feel soft or strong like my own stomach? Is it a mixture of soft and strong? It looks like it'd be soft. What would it feel like? Would she like it? Deku tried to silence his thoughts, but it was too late. Now they were acting all on their own and he couldn't stop them. He felt like he wanted to hyperventilate or to hide his face in a bag. He was too excited. Get it together, Deku. He thought to himself in annoyance. Thinking of Uraraka like that was wrong. He was training to be a hero and there was no time for that stuff. No time. With a deep breath to steady himself and his thoughts, he turned toward the others and began his descent. It was later in the day, classes were nearly finished, just one to go, and it was some kind of special unit. Or at least, that was what the rumor was. While all other classes had gone as planned, there'd been some rustle amongst his peers that they were going to start some limited subject material that had a few of his classmates whispering, namely Mineta and Kaminari. That didn't bode well. As Izuku sat at his desk, looking over some of the notes he'd taken in his earlier classes, his thoughts inadvertently wandered back to Uraraka and their embarrassing, accidental encounter earlier that day. He'd mostly avoided her after that, though that was easy since they'd been just in class and as luck had it, they were always on opposite ends of the room. He wondered if she noticed that he'd been avoiding her. Why was he avoiding her? So he saw her stomach, big deal, it was just skin, right? He risked a brief glance her way and was mortified to see that she was in fact looking directly at him. Look away. Look away, he screamed at himself, but the moment their eyes met he couldn't divert his gaze. He felt another wash of red coming over him and was horrified to see a blush forming over her cheeks as well. Eep, he accidentally squeaked out as he managed to divert his gaze. The squeak was not missed by the person in front of him, however. Katsuki Bakugo briefly turned around to glare at him, and seeing the shade of red he'd turned, wrinkled his nose and snorted in what Deku assumed was disgust. Demon nerd. Bakugo turned back around and resumed ignoring him. Great, now Kakin thinks I'm even weirder, thought Deku. He absently wondered what else could go wrong to make him feel more embarrassed. Just as that thought was released into the world, Miss Midnight paraded into the room, feather fan and WHP in hand. Hello class. She purred sultrily. Mr. Aizawa barely acknowledged her entrance and simply said, Miss Midnight is here to start off our mandatory SXL education unit. I expect you to all pay attention and take this seriously. Midnight, they're all yours. With that said, Aizawa somehow seemed to evaporate from his desk to his sleeping bag that never seemed to be very far away from him when in class. Zippered all the way up, his eyes squeezed shut and a brief, tense silence took the room. It is with great pleasure that I get to start off the SXL reproduction unit, Midnight proclaimed, flicking her WHP as if to illustrate the importance of her words. There was an audible and excited gasp from what could only be Minetta. A moment later he spoke without being called on. Miss Midnight, am I to believe that this is the fabled education unit that covers all the CC, hot, saucy, and CC times that a hero has to face in his life? Minetta asked earnestly. Half the class turned back to look at him to gauge the seriousness of the question. Minetta, that is highly inappropriate. This is essential learning of the human body. Class Rep 𝗃𝗄𝐼𝐷 snapped, standing up and pointing at Minetta as if to shame him. The outburst seemed to have no effect on him. Was that really necessary? Toru Hagakure asked. You moron, Bakugo quipped with a side eye toward Minetta that might have caused serious mental injury had he actually been paying attention. Gross, Minetta, Ashido added. Really Minetta? 𝗬𝐎 chimed in. At the head of the class, however, Midnight was unfazed and simply gave a sly little smirk to the ridiculous question. Why yes, grape juice, this is the class. And all the things you've heard, well, you're about to find out if they're true. Midnight slapped her WHP into her hand with a loud snapping sound. But to find out if those rumors you've heard are true, well then, you'll just have to pay attention. As if to confirm whatever rumors Minetta knew of, Midnight very slowly poked her tongue out and her lips. Minetta practically levitated in his seat at her words. Oh, thank you God. It's time. One of the reasons I got into UA to begin with was for this. The rumored CC times class to be taught by the queen of perverts herself, Miss Midnight. I can die happy. Before any of the other students could even react, Midnight just laughed. Oh silly boy, did you think I was going to teach the entire unit? No. I simply introduce the unit and provide the syllabus. Recovery Girl is the one who teaches the bulk of the unit. What? Minetta screeched. No way really. Kaminari added, surprising those who had been paying attention. Midnight chuckled, a sound similar to tinkling bells, and sashayed down the rows of desks to stand beside Minetta's desk. With on hand on her hip she said, Oh don't worry my little Minetta, I teach a lesson or two, and there are quite a few heroes who are guest speakers during this unit that I'm sure you'll appreciate. The tears of despair that had begun to well up and cascade down the little pervert's face ceased as she spoke, and his frown turned into a beaming smile. There was a general sigh of disgust amongst the rest of the class at their classmate as Midnight made her way back to the head of the class. All right class, now listen closely. I'm going to go over the syllabus and what's expected of you during these lessons. We'll be learning about the process of SXL reproduction as well as SXL education in general for the next 6 weeks. That's a lot of information in a short PRD of time, so take some notes. Midnight began and turned the blackboard and began writing dates. Deku had watched the announcement with both interest and dread. He felt bad for his classmate's outburst. Had he said anything like that he'd have been mortified, but Minetta didn't seem embarrassed in the slightest. Deku was relieved that he didn't seem uncomfortable, but he was plagued by a bigger concern, SXL reproduction. The topic wasn't exactly one that he was looking forward to, for several reasons. When he'd been in middle school they'd covered quite a bit of SEC ed, in regards to PBR2Y, that is, in terms of SXL reproduction and education, like how to make sure someone didn't end up PRGN and T, well that had been lacking. He wasn't afraid of the knowledge. Izuku valued almost all education and thrived on expanding his knowledge base. Yet something about doing an extended education unit on SEC and SEC things somehow made him blush, and he'd already been blushing, damn it. As Midnight continued to go over the planned syllabus and even as she handed over the teaching to Recovery Girl, who had somehow entered unbeknownst to anyone, Deku couldn't keep his thoughts from drifting to Uraraka and her exposed stomach and the inconvenient fact that of all days, they had to start a Sec Ed lesson today. He could feel another blush creeping into his cheeks, making him wish he could shrink and hide under his desk. Was anyone else struggling with this? Then again, he was the only unfortunate soul who'd had an accidental flashing earlier in the day as well as starting an awkward lesson. He sought out Kirishima. Was he blushing? Deku was despaired to see that he looked bored, not even a hint of a blush. Nervously, Deku shot a brief glance in Uraraka's direction. Her face was pointed down as if there was something intensely interesting on her desk. He couldn't see her face very well, but he thought he could just make out a touch of pink on the part of her cheeks that were exposed. Was she blushing? Why would she be blushing? Was it about earlier? Was she embarrassed about the upcoming 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 stuff, or was she replaying her shirt being pulled up too? Wait, was that what he was doing? Stop. Deku diverted his gaze from Uraraka to his desk, not unlike she was doing. Why was this so awkward? Wake up, nerd. A gruff voice snapped as a packet of papers dropped onto his desk. Deku raised his gaze to see Kaken's narrowed red eyes glowering at him. Apparently, while he'd been lost in his head, Midnight or Recovery Girl had passed out some material for them to study and Bakugo was passing it back to him and so on. Oh, sorry Kaken, Deku murmured. Bakugo snorted and turned away. Deku took one packet for himself and passed the rest back to Mineta, who seemed too eager to take it from him. He briefly looked over the packet he'd been given. In bold lettering it read, SXL Health and Healthy Relationships, Understanding Your Reproductive Health, SXL Reproduction, Consent, Identity, Disease Transmission and Prevention, and Healthy Romantic Relationships. There were two people on the front of the packet, a boy and girl who appeared to be smiling at each other and holding hands. Behind them were multiple other couples as well as girl-girl and boy-boy pairings. The girl holding the boy's hand had particularly rosy cheeks, which for whatever reason made Deku's mind instantly conjure an image of Uraraka smiling at him. He felt another blush bloom on his cheeks. Damn it, just when it was going away, he thought to himself in frustration. That evening Deku had gone out of his way to avoid Uraraka when they'd finished class. In fact, he'd avoided everyone, practically racing from the class to the dorm. They didn't have work studies tonight, so he was staying in his normal dorm tonight. While he was always happy to stay with his classmates, this time he felt tense about it and desperately wished that he'd be going with Todoroki and Kaken to Endeavor's agency tonight, but that was not how things went. At dinner he'd wolfed down his food in record time and spent 0 time socializing or talking with anyone. You're supposed to chew it, not inhale it, dumbass. Kaken had snapped when Deku had wolfed down his pork cutlets in 2 or 3 bites. Are you alright, Midoriya? You seem to be eating kind of fast, had been Todoroki's soft response to Deku scarfing his food like a starved man. If you aren't careful, you'll choke? Ida had warned. Deku had brushed off all these responses and had then hurriedly gone to his room. He'd successfully dodged most everyone, including Uraraka. That was a relief. You'll have to face her eventually. You can't just hide in your room every time you might run into her. She's your friend. So you saw her bare stomach, that really isn't that big of a deal. She's my friend and that's what matters most. I won't be awkward about this, it'll be okay, Deku thought to himself. He wouldn't be weird about this, it was a small little thing and not a big deal at all. In the safety and comfort of his room he started to feel less awkward. His eyes roamed over his room and took in all the comforting All Might paraphernalia, things that made him feel safe. The SEC education stuff would probably be a little awkward and embarrassing for everyone, not just him, and it had nothing to do with Uraraka. There were some topics that were always just going to be a bit uncomfortable to go over, and that was one of them. Sure, he saw a girl's bare stomach and stared and got embarrassed about it, but that really didn't matter because she was his friend and there was no need to make a big deal about it. He reassured himself and smiled. Moved away from the closed door and over to his desk to begin his nightly ritual of reviewing his notes, taking new notes, and adding to the current ones. 1 hour later, he'd made decent progress, but he could feel that he was distracted. His mind kept wandering back to the top of that cement block and Ishido pulling up Uraraka's shirt revealing her bare stomach. The image kept replaying in his mind over and over again, like a movie on repeat. Honestly, he was getting kind of tired of it and it was distracting him from completing his homework. Worst of all, it had caused him to develop just the beginnings of an 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Now that was annoying, and probably something that needed to be dealt with. Anytime he didn't focus intensely on his notes, his thoughts would drift back to Uraraka and her bare stomach, and that obnoxious blooming bulge in his would remind him that yes, he was in fact an adolescent boy with adolescent boy urges. He'd never been opposed to MSTRBTN, he understood it was just another part of growing up and a natural bodily function, but he'd never needed to do it because one of his friends had interacted with him. That was a completely foreign concept that made him extremely uncomfortable. That was something he didn't like, but the ever-growing trousers snake perched happily betwixt his legs was an unpleasant reminder that he really needed 𝗵𝗃𝗏. If he didn't, he'd probably not be able to complete his homework to his satisfaction. So, the only solution was to get rid of it. Deku was quick to his feet to open his window and let a blast of cold wipe his mind clean. When that failed to dispel the obnoxious bodily reaction, he slapped both his cheeks as the cold air blew in. While that hurt, it also didn't resolve the growing problem. He started doing jumping jacks, lifting weights, attempting complex English sentence conjugation, and finally, recalling the time when he let Eri return to overhaul and the aching regret he'd felt over it. That last one worked for a little while, and he was delighted to go back to his notes until his eyes accidentally roamed over the 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐬 pack he'd gotten earlier in the day. That ruined all his previous efforts in a second, when his nethers began to rise to attention. It seemed that no matter what he did, aside from perhaps causing himself bodily harm, he couldn't dispel his excitement. He was a teenage boy and, well, all that was part of being a teenager. So reluctantly Izuku stopped what he was doing and pulled out the teenage tools of the trade, lotion and Kleenex. The rest was up to his imagination, which was more than up to the challenge. Ochako looked down at her phone and the unanswered text messages she'd sent to Deku. When they'd finished dinner, she had planned on trying to talk to him, but he'd hurried away so fast she didn't have the chance, so she'd send him a text, and another, and another. Was he ignoring her? She'd seen his face turn beet red when their eyes had met in class and started that awkward unit of IC addition. As if learning about SXL reproduction wasn't uncomfortable enough, now she felt awkward that she'd somehow managed to embarrass Deku thanks to Mina's impulsivity. It had been such a small thing, but the way he'd looked at her, his eyes glued to her torso and the rose blush that came over his cheeks, it had made her blush. What had he been thinking? Oh, Ochako, stop being so dramatic. Who cares? She huffed and flopped down on her bed in frustration. He'd just been surprised by Mina's abrupt behavior and not expecting to see his classmate's naked belly. Yes. That sounded perfectly logical. And of course, it was made more awkward by the fact that they started the stupid SEC education stuff. Who wouldn't have blushed during that? She was fairly certain she'd seen other blushes when she'd been sitting through Miss Midnight's introductions, everyone except perhaps Mineta, who'd seemed far too eager. So why was she so anxious that Deku respond to her texts? Well, it's just so unlike him to not respond, she mused to herself as she once again looked to her unanswered messages. She quickly reread her messages again to see if she'd accidentally said something stupid. 10 minutes before she'd typed, "Hey Deku, just wanted to say sorry about today. Ishido just gets so excitable sometimes. Sorry if it embarrassed you or anything. I didn't see you after dinner. I hope you're doing okay." 5 minutes later, can you believe we have this SXL education thing starting? Weird that they'd make this long course in the midst of our work studies. Maybe Momo will host a study party. Another 3 minutes. "Hey Deku, are you there? Everything okay?" Usually you're quicker to respond. 1 minute ago, Deku. It all seemed innocent enough, though perhaps the stuff about the SEC Ed and Momo hosting a study party would make him uncomfortable. She started intently at her unread messages, anxiously awaiting some kind of response, but there was nothing. Maybe the thing about a Sec Ed study party made him feel awkward, or maybe he really is just hung up on the whole thing with Mina sort of flashing him, she thought to herself as she flipped her phone shut. The minutes ticked by slowly, her phone failed to buzz. But if I did make him uncomfortable and the text wasn't enough, or if he's ignoring the text, no, that's not like him, but if he feels embarrassed about it, he might not read anything I send. What do I do then? She wondered to herself. Rolling onto her back, Ochako looked up at the overhead light and wondered what Deku was doing. Maybe he was just deep in his studies, or perhaps on the phone with his mother or someone. She flipped open her phone again only to be greeted with no new messages. Heaving out a sigh, she moved to a sitting position and dangled her feet off the edge of her bed. Maybe I should just go to his room and check on him, just to make sure that there isn't any embarrassment between us, she thought to herself. But going to his room would mean going all the way down the stairs and to his room. The thought alone was enough to bring a blush to her cheeks. What would he think if she just randomly showed up at his door without any pretense? Would that make it more awkward? But I'll text him again. If he doesn't respond in 5 minutes, then I'll go check on him. She proclaimed and hastily composed a text message. "Hey Deku, I'm just gonna swing by your room real quick to apologize in person for the embarrassing thing with sort of flashing you. The words formed into a sentence faster than she had realized, and before she knew it, she'd sent it. She yipped when she realized that she had in fact sent it, referred to Mina's pulling up her shirt as flashing him, and said she was coming by, and could not unsend it. I shouldn't have said that I flashed him. That's just going to make things more awkward. Maybe I should send another message to try and clear that up, she thought to herself in a panic. No, I should just wait 5 minutes, and if he doesn't respond then I'll come by. Okay, here we go. 𝗧𝗏 set her phone down and moved to her desk. She pulled out some of her homework that she'd started on earlier but hadn't been able to focus on. As she began to attempt her math homework, though in all honesty she was having an even more difficult time focusing on it, her mind raced with possible responses from Deku. What if he responded in a way that made it more awkward? No, she doubted that he could somehow make it more embarrassing than it already was. Her mind continued to ruminate on what kind of response he might have, and then began to drift to going down the stairs and standing outside his door. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she had ceased all work on her math homework and had in fact begun unconsciously doodling Deku's name into the margin of her paper. She'd gotten through most of his name when the buzzing of her phone took her by such surprise that she nearly fell out of her chair. With butterflies now in her stomach, she groped at her phone that sat idle on the edge of her bed. She grabbed the phone off her bed and flipped it open only to drop it accidentally. Of all the times to have butterfingers, she thought to herself in annoyance as she bent down to pick up the phone. Nervously, she looked at her phone and was instantly deflated. It was a message from 𝗬𝗏 about a little snack party in Momo's room. She sighed loudly and wrote a half-hearted response about joining them in 15 minutes. When she'd set her phone back down and looked back at her math homework, she broke out into a furious blush as she realized that she'd doodled most of Deku's name onto her paper. "What is wrong with me?" she hissed and snatched up her pencil to scribble out the doodle. "Okay, I'm just going to go there and say sorry," she thought to herself boldly and marched toward her door, but as 𝗧𝗏's hand touched the doorknob she hesitated. What if she was intruding? What if he hadn't responded because he didn't want to? No, this is the right thing to do to clear the air, 𝗧𝗏 reassured herself and steeled herself to the task ahead. The door swung open and she stepped forward and into the hall. She passed no one on her way down the stairs and toward Deku's room. Even though there wasn't anything wrong with going to Deku's room, she was secretly very relieved that she'd not crossed paths with anyone. 𝗧𝗏 didn't know if she'd be able to coherently explain where she was going and what she was doing, let alone why. 𝗧𝗏 stepped into the hall and felt herself fumble a bit as she made her way down the hall. 4 doors were in plain view, with the 3rd door almost calling to her. She stood across from Tokoyami's door and in just a few footfalls now stood outside Aoyama's door. Just a few more steps and she'd be at Deku's door. With shuffling steps that somehow became heavier with each footfall, 𝗧𝗏 made it to Deku's door. The door loomed before her, somehow larger and more imposing. She felt sweat bead on her upper lip and pool under her melons. Her heart felt like it was racing and she wasn't even knocking on the door yet. "Calm down, 𝗧𝗏, it's just Deku. Just knock on the door and say you're sorry for any embarrassment, smile, and be on your way. That's all you need to do," she reassured herself. She took an audible gulp and raised her hand to knock. It hung in the space between his door and her hand like an ominous question mark. "Just knock." 1, 2, 3. Her palm came down on the door like a sock filled with stones into a shallow puddle of water, loudly and awkwardly. The sound somehow seemed louder than any knock she'd ever heard or experienced before. 𝗧𝗏 held her breath and whipped her hand away as if the door had burnt her. She was grateful that she didn't typically wear makeup, because if she'd had any on, it surely would have run right off her face with how much sweating she was doing. Silence followed her knock, which did nothing for 𝗧𝗏's nerves. How much time had passed since she'd knocked? 30 seconds, a full minute. Maybe he wasn't in his room, perhaps she should knock again. Despite her anxiety level being enough to engulf all of Japan, her hand seemed to move of its own accord and knocked on the door again. This knock thankfully sounded slightly less intrusive, but it still seemed to be painfully loud in what was an otherwise extremely quiet hallway. She half expected Aoyama or Tokoyami to step outside their rooms and demand to know what she was doing, but that didn't happen. Instead, she heard just the faintest mutter of sound from behind Deku's door. A painful combination of anticipation and anxiety surged through her like a tsunami then. He's in there. I'll just announce myself and then go in, she thought to herself in a panic. Logically, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 knew that if he wasn't answering his door after 2 knocks that she, at the very least, should call out and see if it was all right for her to enter his room. He was a teenager after all, and teenagers behind closed doors should be regarded with caution. But the anxiety and tension that she felt was so overwhelming that common sense was currently beyond her. As if to reassure herself, she thought, besides, if he wasn't okay with someone just coming in, he'd lock the door, and if the door is locked, then I'll just leave. So despite the little voice of caution that was yelling from within her, 𝗂𝐻𝐿 grabbed the door handle and called out, "Hey Deku, I wanted to talk to you. I'm coming in." The door handle twisted without resistance, further boosting 𝗂𝐻𝐿's confidence that entering the room was the right decision. She swung the door open and took 1 step over the threshold before stopping dead. Deku's room was just as she remembered it, a fanboy homage to All Might, though there was a difference this time. Instead of shyly showing off his room as he had all those months before, Deku was now sat in his desk chair, his hands buried in his lap, a box of Kleenex and lotion awkwardly sitting atop his desk, within easy reach. The scene wasn't totally clear to her at first. For a few brief seconds she thought that Deku was perhaps hunched over something he dropped in his lap, but realization suddenly hit her as her eyes moved from Deku's awkward posture to his horrified face staring at her. His entire face was as red as a tomato and his mouth seemed to have fallen open in a mute scream. The Kleenex and moisturizer took on new meaning, as did Deku's hands tucked into his lap, frozen in the middle of a motion that was foreign to 𝗂𝐻𝐿, but realization was continuing to dawn on her as she stood there in his doorway, unable to tear her eyes away from the scene at hand. "Uraraka, what are you doing here?" Deku managed to choke out with visible effort. As the words left his mouth, his hands shot up with lightning speed to grab at whatever was on his desk. He managed to knock his notebook off the desk, as well as the Kleenex box. His hand at last landed on the bottle of lotion, which he brought down to his lap as if to shield himself from view. It sadly had little effect. His face remained bright red, and while his mouth moved, no other part of his face seemed to move with it. 𝗂𝐻𝐿 opened her mouth to speak, but her throat and mouth somehow seemed to be bone dry. She struggled to find words for what felt like an eternity. I was here to say sorry about Mina and my stomach and any embarrassment because of it." "Oh gee, thanks," Deku chimed, his voice somehow far higher than it should be. The bottle of lotion was still clutched like a lifeline against his crotch. "I didn't want there to be any, embarrassment, but well, I should leave you to it. Gotta go. Math homework to do that I haven't even started to do yet. And there's the SEC education stuff, and who knows how strong that'll be. Biology and health aren't my strong suits." Much to 𝗂𝐻𝐿's horror, her own voice seemed to take shape on its own and had gotten significantly louder. Health class. Yeah. Deku squeaked, somehow turning an even darker shade of red, his voice taking on an even higher pitch. "Close the door and get out of here. Leave him alone. Move your feet. Turn around and close the door. Leave." She thought to herself, but somehow she was paralyzed in place and couldn't seem to make her body move. "Uraraka, I'm kind of, doing some, stuff. Can we talk later, please?" Deku croaked. "Sure," she replied, far louder than she wanted to be. Just then she heard a creak in the floor and realized that someone, Aoyama or Tokoyami, was about to leave their room. "Bye," she practically shouted, turned sharply on her heel and slammed the door shut in one fell swoop. "Okay, bye," she could hear Deku squeak out from behind the closed door. 𝗂𝐻𝐿 stumbled away from the door and managed to lose her balance and fall just outside Aoyama's door just as it swung open, and a rather flustered-looking Aoyama looked at her. "Mon Dieu, what is this ruckus? Uraraka, what are you doing here, mon ami?" Aoyama asked, his face perplexed. "Nothing. I mean, I came by to get a book from Deku that he'd borrowed. That's all." 𝗂𝐻𝐿 stammered. "Really? Is that all? Do tell, what book would inspire you to come all this way?" Aoyama asked, clearly skeptical. There was a twinkle in the blonde's eye that made 𝗂𝐻𝐿 want to blush from head to toe. "Yes, a book, a very good book. She screeched and struggled to come up with a title to provide the irritatingly curious 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵. Her mind landed on the first book she could think of and instantly blurted it out. The Wizard of Oz. "Ma chérie, no need to shout. I'm right here," he purred. "J'adore the Wizard of Oz. I had no idea that Midoriya was fond of it. I so loved that bit of cinema when I was un petit garçon. So of course I've read the books, though honestly, I don't much care for the latter editions." 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 gushed. She clearly had chosen the wrong title at random. "Oh, I haven't read them at all, just that one which was, good?" Ochako struggled to remember what she actually knew of the Wizard of Oz. She'd seen it once as a very young child and only really recalled the ruby slippers, the dog Toto and a green horse. She had zero knowledge of the actual book. "Well, ma chérie, we shall have to discuss it sometime. There's so much to talk about, but for now, I must return to sleep. Some of us have beauty rest that they need. Au revoir." 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 gently shut the door, leaving Ochako standing outside it in a panic. Her heart was beating a mile a minute and all she could think of was getting out of that hall and away. She hastily made her way back down the hall and up the stairs. "Oh my gosh. I can't believe I walked in on him, while doing that. I made things so much worse. If things weren't that awkward before, they certainly are now. This is a disaster," she thought to herself as she jogged her way up the stairs. Her head was lowered for momentum as she bounded up the stairs like a drunkard. She was so lost in thought and desperate to get to her room that she didn't notice the spiky-haired, foul-tempered blonde descending the stairs. "Watch it, round face." Bakugo snapped in irritation as he was about to pass her. The sound startled her enough that she stumbled mid-step and began to fall. Instinctually, she reached out, tried to stop herself by grabbing onto the hem of Bakugo's shirt. When she realized whose shirt she was grabbing onto, she panicked and accidentally activated her quirk, thus making them both weightless and preventing a fall. "What the hell?" hissed the blonde with fiery venom. The murder glare he gave her was enough to give an event the likes of someone like Kirishima pause. A split second later, after she'd stabilized herself, she pressed her fingers together. "Release," she said softly as both she and Bakugo once again became weighted. While Uraraka's landing was much more graceful, Bakugo's was far less so. Bakugo had not often been the subject of her quirk's effects, and while he was more than capable of moving around in the air thanks to his explosions, being propelled by being weightless one moment and weighted the next was enough to throw even his cat-like reflexes off balance. He landed with a loud thump followed by an irritated, "Umph. Sorry, didn't see you there and didn't mean to use my quirk on you." Ochako apologized and briefly considered kneeling down to make sure he was okay, but the hiss of rage was enough to deter her and send her up the stairs and away. "Sorry again." Ochako hurried up the stairs without looking back. She didn't think she could deal with an all-out verbal and possible physical assault by Bakugo after she'd just horribly embarrassed herself with Deku. "Damn it. Get back here," was all she heard as she once again activated her quirk to accelerate her trip to her room. Thankfully, whilst Bakugo seemed infuriated, he did not attempt to chase her to her room, and once she was safely tucked behind the door, she breathed both a sigh of relief and embarrassment. "What a disaster. Great job, Ochako," she mumbled to herself and sank down the length of her door to land in a crumple. One thing was for certain: while it might have been a little bit awkward before, it most definitely was very awkward between them now. Recalling that one scene in Bambi, the entire night Izuku had tossed and turned. The whole night he'd replayed the awful, awkward scene in his mind. 1 minute minding his own business by taking care of business, the next frantic knocks on his door followed by Uraraka's voice, and then she was there, in his doorway, staring at him with his hands in his, answering the hormonal call of adolescence. After the awkward encounter, and once he'd managed to slow his heart, he'd discovered a handful of texts from her. She'd apparently felt embarrassed about it too, or at least it had been on her mind and she was worried about him, so worried that she felt the need to check on him. Deku had practically started crying when he realized that if he'd just looked at his phone or if it had been off silent, the whole mishap could have been completely avoided. Suffice to say, it had been a relatively sleepless night. He was fatigued enough that at breakfast he almost fell asleep at the table, sparking the interest of some of his friends. "You seem very tired, Midoriya. Did you not sleep well?" asked a concerned Shoto Todoroki. He looked like his usual calm and collected self. Deku oftentimes both admired and envied his almost unflappable cool composure. A full night's rest is critical for good academic performance, Midoriya. Ida added seriously. Mineta, who sat across from Todoroki, Deku, and Ida, glanced up from his food and shot him a devious little smile. Spending too much time slapping the sausage, Midoriya? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, Deku balked and blushed. Mineta wouldn't know the exact situation, but the fact that there was some element of truth in his question was enough to turn him a rosy pink. Oh, come on, Mineta snorted, apparently completely unbothered by Ida's chastising. Everybody does it, us and the girls. You just can't do it too much or you end up looking like Midoriya here. That seems to be generalizing a bit too much, Mineta. Even if Midoriya is tired because of private self-care or because he was unwell, we don't know. It's unfair to assume, Todoroki added coolly. Is that what you call it, Todoroki? Private self-care. Interesting, Mineta mused more to himself than anyone else. The necessary manual release of built-up excitement, tension, and hormonal accumulation. Private self-care, Todoroki said in a matter-of-fact way. How very clinical of you, Mineta said with a pinched nose as if he found the clinical description of Indian to be offensive. Not helpful, Midoriya said in a squeak and blushed a deeper red. I'm sorry, Midoriya, I was trying to be helpful, but if you are excessively fatigued because you've been ignoring your own personal self-care and have been suffering too much excitement without release, then I'd recommend you schedule it into your routine. For example, I have scheduled personal self-care time immediately after I wake up and before sleeping for the night. That way my hormonal fluctuation is very regulated and controlled and I am able to focus entirely on my academic performance and hero training, Todoroki explained. He was completely straight-faced the entire time, as if it were completely normal to explain one's MSTRBTN habits and to go so far as to recommend times when it was most appropriate to do it. That sounds far too routine-based and boring. Self-care, as you put it, well, it should be done when you're in the mood, replied a rather put-out Mineta. Mineta, this is a very inappropriate discussion topic. How dare you poke fun at a natural bodily response? Ida chastised with an angry hand pointing at the little lecher, accusingly. Ida's chiding of Mineta seemed to attract the attention of Kaminari and Kirishima, who were seated further down the table. Much to Deku's growing embarrassment, they scooted down further and appeared to be joining in the conversation. Great, what would make this even better would be if Kaken joined in, Deku thought with a knot of worry beginning to form in his stomach. As if the crimson-eyed walking explosion had overheard his thoughts and decided to add to Deku's own personal hell, Bakugo abruptly plopped down next to Kirishima. While he joined them, he thankfully didn't seem to have any interest in any conversation they were having. Deku desperately hoped that that would continue to be the case. What's up with you, Midoriya? Asked Kaminari as he continued to shovel his breakfast into his mouth. Oh, I'm just tired. I, didn't sleep too well, Deku replied with a forced smile. Too busy your wounds and crying about me exploding your face because you SCK with black WHP, muttered Bakugo under his breath. Mineta snorted. He's been it a little too much or maybe not enough. Either way, whatever his routine is, it needs to be revised. Trust me, I'm an expert. Deku shot Mineta a horrified glance. Great, now Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo think I'm some sort of SEC pervert. Both Kaminari and Kirishima shot expressions mixed with shock and outright amusement in Deku's direction. The blush continued to darken over his cheeks. He was never going to live this down. DM and Midoriya? Kaminari laughed. This is a hugely inappropriate conversation. Whatever Midoriya does in his private time is his business. I insist we must cease this line of questioning. Ida declared, standing up and drawing even more attention to them. At that moment, Deku would have been grateful if his quirk had been shrinking or shape-shifting, anything to get away from this conversation. I'm just here to help you out, man, Mineta said softly, leaning back in his chair, his hand up by his cheek, moving in small little circles as if there were some invisible mustache that he could fiddle with when in reality his face was as bald as a baby's bottom. I am an expert on the subject, after all. At that statement Kirishima laughed. Really, Mineta? Why are you an expert? Because I am very familiar with the finer AC and the allures of their feminine wiles and what it does to an innocent boy like Midoriya. I too was once like him, SLV to the constant need for a wank, but alas, I have now evolved beyond that, Mineta stated seriously. This time everyone aside from Deku, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who looked like he wasn't paying any attention, burst out laughing. Clearly, they did not believe in the wannabe Don Juan's claims. Oh come on Mineta, everyone knows you're like the class's resident horn dog. You expect us to really believe that you aren't constantly jacking it? Kaminari asked, semi-seriously. Laugh all you want. It's true. I've reached a zen-like state where I can spank the monkey whenever I want, regardless of horniness, Mineta replied, leaning back in his chair with an air of superiority radiating from him. Regardless of horniness. What? That doesn't even make sense. Kirishima said. Again, I must insist that this kind of conversation is entirely inappropriate. Ida snapped, again trying to end the conversation. I agree with Ida. This isn't any of our business, Shoto agreed. There was a grunt from Bakugo who let out an irritated sigh. Pfft, I'm done with this CRP. You're all idiots. He took his food and proceeded to leave the room. Really guys, I'm just tired. We don't need to talk about, this stuff, Deku mumbled, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks. It's okay Midoriya, I want to help you. I can't ignore someone in need of help. Mineta continued to lean back in his chair, the air of inappropriate confidence entirely perplexing to everyone else around the table. Thanks Mineta, but Deku began only to have Kaminari interrupt him. Well now I'm curious, how are you so experienced in all this? Are you saying you've gone all the way with someone and that's why you aren't a SLV to the constant need for a wank? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Why are we even still discussing this? Shouldn't we be more concerned about how we can help Midoriya get through the day since he didn't sleep well? Shoto asked, genuinely concerned for Deku. As class representative, I really must insist we change topics, chided Ida. He was clearly growing more flustered with his continued hand and arm waving. To Mineta's credit, he continued to seem completely unperturbed by Kaminari's rather blunt question. Well, I'm not one to embrace and tell. Yes, you are, Kaminari, Ida, Kirishima, and Shoto all said at the same time. I'm not. As I was saying, irregardless. It is regardless, irregardless, isn't a word, corrected Shoto. Quit interrupting me. I'm trying to help Midoriya guys. Mineta snapped and rocked forward in his chair to glare at everyone around the table. Sorry, Shoto apologized. Thank you. As I was saying, regardless of having gone all the way or not, I have reached a point where I can summon or dismiss the horniness required to rub one out on command. It's just something I've developed over time. I'm always ready at a moment's notice. Soft or strong from one second to the next. Bet you get where I'm coming from, Kirishima. His explanation made no real sense to anyone else at the table, and even Izuku shot him a confused glance. Had he actually sought help him Mineta, he wasn't actually sure how that was supposed to help him. Okay, on that note I'm gonna go catch up with Bakugo, Kirishima said with a wrinkled nose and swiftly left the table. Mineta let out a pitying sigh. Even with his hardening quirk he can't get to my level. What a shame. Shoto and Kaminari shot a disbelieving look at him. None of that makes any sense. Let's change this discussion to something else, please. Pleaded Ida, still desperate to fulfill his class rep role and soothe out the disorderly nature of this conversation. Okay, assuming you can just get a whack off on command, how does that work? What is your secret? Like everybody needs some time between sessions? Kaminari asked, seeking clarification. Even though Mineta's bizarre explanation really didn't answer any questions, it did make him wonder about the petite pervert's SXL stamina. Leaning onto his elbows and getting closer to the group of boys, Mineta said softly, "That's just it, I'm always horny." Kaminari snorted. Really? You're going to quote the Incredible Hulk now? Yeah, I'm out. He also got up and left. But it's true, persisted Mineta. Shoto rolled his eyes. Ida continued to chide Mineta for starting and continuing such a lewd conversation, and Mineta continued to defend himself, but Deku was lost in his own thoughts. He didn't really think too much about Mineta's claims. Any other day, he'd probably be horribly embarrassed by this conversation and be right there with Ida trying to redirect it, but right now he was too tired. Too tired and anxious about going to class and seeing Uraraka. He'd lucked out in that she hadn't been in the common room when he'd come down from his room, but he knew he'd see her in class. That much was a guarantee. Just as he'd feared, Deku felt intense anxiety when he made it to homeroom and spotted Uraraka in class. She looked like her normal self. She was standing at Tsu's desk, a smile on her face, her cheeks their usual cheerful pink. As he looked at her, he was somehow struck by her appearance in a way he'd not been previously. It vaguely reminded him of when he'd first seen her in her hero costume. He took in her smile, the gentle fall of her auburn hair past her chin, the stockings that hid her milky white skin from view. She was truly lovely, a proper beauty. The thought hit him like a slap in the face. Why was he thinking about her beauty? Why did that even matter? Pretty or not, she was his friend and aesthetics didn't matter, so why was he fixating on them now? Was it because he'd been so entranced by her bare belly that he'd felt the need to 𝗵𝗃𝗏 with her on his mind? As that realization hit, he felt a horrible face-wide blush color his face. Perhaps because fate is cruel, or just because he was having bad luck. At that very same moment Uraraka turned her gaze in his direction. As their eyes met, a similar redness started to dust Uraraka's already rosy cheeks. Great, now she's seen me and is embarrassed. How could this be any worse? Deku thought to himself. Sit your butt down, nerd. Class is about to start. Snapped Bakugo as he brushed by and shoulder-checked Izuku on the way to his own chair. Quit creep staring. Deku swore that if he could blush harder he might die. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. He mumbled and almost sprinted out of the room. He knew that there were only a few minutes remaining before Mr. Aizawa would arrive, and then he'd have to go to class and sit in there, painfully aware of Uraraka's presence. As he fled the classroom, he briefly heard Mineta murmur, "Poor 𝗵𝗃𝗏." Rather than go to the bathroom, Deku just sat outside the classroom on one of the benches against the windows opposite the door. He plopped his head into his hands and let out a tired sigh. What a terrible start to the morning. If only he'd seen his text messages from Uraraka. If only. A soft voice speaking to him made him snap his head up fast enough that it would probably be sore later. Before him stood Uraraka. She had a deeper red across her cheeks, so he knew that she at the very least was nervous. Her eyes wouldn't quite meet his, instead seeming to have locked onto his chin or perhaps his poorly tied tie. "Hey, sorry, I know this is awkward, but I wanted to talk to you," she began nervously, still not meeting his gaze. "Oh, okay, what did you want to talk about?" Deku asked, his voice so high he thought it might shatter the glass of the window behind him. She must have heard him say he needed to go to the bathroom, assumed he was going to 𝗵𝗃𝗏 again, and probably now thought he was a SXL deviant. His thoughts moved all on their own, and he quietly started to panic that perhaps she now thought any time he'd left to use the restroom or had vanished that had happened because he was in fact masturbating. But if she thought those things, why was she here? Well, about yesterday and, last night? The statement made Deku break out in a body-wide sweat. Not good. She wants to talk about that. I mean, of course she wants to talk about it. I just didn't think she'd actually approach me. What do I do? Deku thought in a panic. How was he supposed to respond to her? For the second time that morning, he wished his quirk was shrinking or shape-shifting. Uraraka. He began and trailed off. He didn't know what to say. What could he say? Sorry you flashed me and you saw me masturbating. No, he couldn't say that. I'm sorry, Uraraka. Sorry about? No, Deku, it's okay. The whole thing is just an embarrassing little, no, not a little. What I mean is, the blush on her cheeks was now darkening to a scarlet. What I mean is that it is okay. She sighed as if that entire sentence had taken great effort to get out. Deku blinked, confused but also possibly relieved. He wasn't sure. Uraraka, he said softly, the blush on his cheeks growing. Despite his embarrassment, he intentionally made eye contact with her. Thank you. This time, Uraraka met his gaze. It was just for a moment and then she was sitting at his side. Close enough that if he'd wanted to, he could have leaned over and bumped shoulders with her, but he stayed where he was, fearful of physical contact. She began speaking. I shouldn't have made such a big deal over Mina pulling up my shirt yesterday. If I'd just brushed it off, then we never would have, we never would have to be having this conversation. Not that I don't like talking to you, but well, you know. I'm sorry you had to see that, he chuckled softly. Should have locked my door. Uraraka turned to look at him then, though he didn't turn his head to face her as she spoke. But Deku, what I saw, what happened was a completely normal thing to do. It's a natural part of growing up, exploring and, doing that. She paused briefly, searching for the right words. Everyone does it. Like everyone. It's part of growing up. I said that already. Sorry. Her pace had increased, but she continued anyway, exploring your body and what it likes and all that. It's just learning what you like, and everyone does it. Like I'm sure all the boys do it, I know it. The girls too, like I've done it. Forget that. But yes, everyone does it. The blush had begun to blossom down her face and onto her neck, but still she pressed on. You know the adults do it too. Like, just imagine. They were young like us once too, and you know, Miss Midnight, that one's obvious, but like I'm sure even people like Mr. Aizawa do it. Shouldn't you two be in your seats already? Interrupted a painfully familiar dry, deep voice. Both Uraraka and Deku's heads turned stiffly toward the voice only to be greeted by Aizawa's bored and tired face. If they'd possessed Bakugo's explosion quirk, they most definitely would have exploded out of pure embarrassment at Aizawa's appearance. Mr. Aizawa! They both exclaimed in unison and horror. You've got exactly 2 minutes to get into the classroom and into your seats, he warned and nodded down the hall. I've got to give 𝗵𝗲 some paperwork, but by the time I get back from that, I expect you both seated and ready to start. Aizawa spared them one last glance and then proceeded to shuffle down the hall. Deku exhaled loudly. Talk about embarrassing. He turned to Uraraka, who was probably as red as he was. We'd better get to our seats, he said quietly, but added, thank you, Uraraka. I don't want you to be embarrassed, and thanks for what you said. I didn't want there to be any weirdness or embarrassment because you're my friend and I like spending time and talking to you. I like looking at you, I like listening to you, I like your smile, I like all of you, a small little voice whispered in the back of his head. Deku tried to squash that line of thinking down. It would do no good going down that path. Uraraka nervously scratched the back of her head and gave Deku a full-face smile. I want that too, which is why I said what I said. So yeah, let's move on. Okay. Deku agreed, smiled and held out a closed fist. His goal was to repeat when they'd playfully bumped fists all those months ago. It was an innocuous gesture that he hoped would reassure that there was no lingering embarrassment between them. However, in that moment when he held out his fist and Uraraka saw it, she was seized by a different compulsion. Her thoughts briefly danced back to the previous day when she'd seen those big green eyes glued to her stomach and the look in them, a curiosity mixed with something else she wasn't certain of. What she did know was that she secretly liked the look he'd given her. She liked it when he looked at her. Of course, Uraraka wasn't completely conscious of this, but these unconscious thoughts caused her to pause before interacting with Deku's extended fist. Those same thoughts compelled her to grab his extended fist into a handhold. The gesture clearly surprised Deku, since the smile dropped from his face and another blush found its way onto his cheeks. Without really thinking that deeply about it, unusual for him, Deku unfurled his fist and entwined his hand with hers. To anyone crossing by in the hallway, the gesture would have been innocent enough and easily overlooked. It merely looked like two classmates were shaking hands, but to Deku and Uraraka, it was so much bigger. Uraraka stared at him, a similar blush coloring her cheeks. Deku, she murmured. She hadn't expected him to actually take her hand, but for that matter, she didn't even know what had compelled her to change the nature of the original gesture. Deku wasn't entirely sure what had possessed him to entwine hands with her, but he was aware of the time that was swiftly passing. We'd better get into class. We can, talk, or something later if you want, he said, and using their linked hands, pulled her to her feet. When he looked back at her, she was rosy-cheeked and staring at him with wide, curious eyes. It was a look he'd never seen from her before, and for a moment his heart seemed to sputter in his A distant memory of the Disney movie Bambi came to mind, and the lines of long-forgotten dialogue filled his head. "Well, what's wrong with them?" a cutesy Disney skunk asked in response to two birds feverishly flying around each other. "Why are they acting that way?" a rabbit added. "Well, don't you know? They're 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏," answered an old knowing owl. His eyes locked onto those warm hazel browns again, and knowing suddenly dawned on him. "You're 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, Deku," a tiny voice whispered inside him. He pulled his hand away from her as if she were a caustic chemical that was burning him, and with speed to rival 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐷𝗀 engine quirk, he turned toward their class and raced forward. "Gotta get to our seats." He spoke a little too loudly and quickly before vanishing into the classroom, leaving 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 slowly following behind. She moved to follow, her mind feeling slow, her limbs somehow heavy. It must have been mere seconds after Deku had gotten into class and his seat that 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 followed. There were a few side glances at the two entering the room right around the same time, and even more questioning glances when they took note of the blushes on both of their faces. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 took her seat and numbly looked forward, her mind still slow and somehow empty. "We can, talk, or something later if you want," the words repeated in her head. "If I want? Did she want to?" She shot a nervous glance in Deku's direction. He was looking straight ahead, but there was a blush all across his freckled face. Aizawa entered the room a moment later and briefly shot both of them narrowed eyes before beginning on the day's lesson plan. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 reluctantly focused her attention on Mr. Aizawa. Across the room, Deku sat rigid as a pole in his seat, the term 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 repeating in his head over and over again. When girls gossiped, the chance to talk later did not come around. Their classes had been particularly demanding that day, and the section they started reviewing in the new unit, in-depth female and male anatomy, was especially embarrassing. Everyone in the class seemed to be affected by the awkward subject, all except maybe Bakugo, who for all intents and purposes really didn't appear to care in the slightest. Mineta was the other exception, in that he seemed far too interested in the subject material. After class had finished, Deku, Shoto, and Bakugo were off to their work studies with Endeavor, while Ochako went to hers. In the back of her mind, she knew that Deku likely wouldn't return to the dorm tonight since Endeavor's agency had its own built-in sleeping quarters. Tomorrow he and the others would come in for a half-day due to their work study. She knew she'd not see him until tomorrow, and more so than that, she knew she wouldn't be able to have any sort of real conversation with him until after class tomorrow, and even then he might have more work-study work to do. She had been briefly stopped by Aoyama, who'd wanted to discuss The Wizard of Oz with her, much to her horror. She knew next to nothing of the book and any similarities it had with the film, which she also hardly remembered. Thankfully, Aoyama had let her go when she'd said she had to get to her work study, but she knew that she'd get cornered by him again. Ochako was going to have to dedicate an evening to the book's Wikipedia page later on. All through her work study that evening, Ochako felt distracted and slow to respond. Thankfully, they weren't doing anything that required laser point focus, but still, her inability to focus was bothersome to her. At last, at the end of the day, she, Tsu, and Nijire were all changing out of their hero attire and back into school uniforms. Did Ochako feel like she was starting to focus a bit better? Her mind was still focused on the day's earlier events and the events of yesterday as well. As she slid out of her costume and started absently buttoning up her blouse, did she register that Tsu had asked her a question? "What?" she asked blankly. Tsu gave her a quizzical look and tilted her head to the side. "What's up with you today, Ochako?" Ribbit. Ochako felt a blush rise to her cheeks and swiftly shook her head, trying to redirect, saying, "Oh, nothing. Nothing. Everything is fine. I'm just, flustered by the new health unit that we're doing." Tsu gave her a skeptical look in response. Nijire suddenly inserted herself into the conversation. "Hey, are you talking about the super awkward SEC Ed unit they make you do in first year? I remember that. What do you think about it?" she asked, stopping mid-removal of her costume to come over and look at the two younger girls. Yeah? I'm guessing that means you had something like that too in your first year," Ochako asked with a blush and looked away from Nijire's mostly naked form. Quite like Nijire, but her sometimes ditzy inquisitiveness was not only intrusive but overbearing. It didn't matter if Nijire was stark naked and in front of a boy, If she heard something that she didn't know or that made her curious, she would insert herself into whatever it was and have her curiosity sated. Yeah. It was a long time ago though, but I remember almost everyone in class being very uncomfortable about it. Poor 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐿 was so gloomy during the entire unit that he hardly talked to anyone. Even to 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗔𝗂𝐻𝗏. 𝗵𝗃 explained and raised a finger to her lip, quizzically. We just started it, ribbit. Nobody seems to be excited about it except maybe Mineta, mused Tsu as she started to slide into her skirt and apply her stockings. Oh hey, I know him. He's the one they call grape juice. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗂𝐻𝗏 exclaimed, clearly pleased with herself for remembering someone she'd only met in passing. He's kind of a pervert, ribbit, Tsu stated in a very matter-of-fact way. Every class has one. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗔𝗂𝐻𝗏 smiled, then returned to getting dressed herself. Are you sure that's it, 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏? You seemed kind of flustered this morning, ribbit. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 dropped the shoe she was about to slip on. Oh great, she remembered. I knew someone had to notice. What do I say? She thought to herself nervously as she sloppily grabbed her shoe and tried to get her foot into it. Hey, you missed your tights, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Do you really want to put on your shoes without your leggings on? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 pointed out, making 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 blush. Oh, right, she mumbled in response and dropped the shoe again and hastily began digging through her bag to get her stockings out and on. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏, Tsu said softly and crouched down next to her clearly flustered friend. Are you okay, ribbit? Her hands were shaking as she slid on her tights, which she desperately hoped that Tsu didn't notice. Of course I am. It was just that lesson they went over. Stockings on, she rushed putting her shoes on again, dropping one in the process. Suddenly 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 was in her face, pointedly looking at her. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, I think Tsu is right. I think something's up with you. What's up with you? It's nothing. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 snapped but instantly regretted the sharpness of her words. She sighed, I'm sorry, it's just with that stupid 𝐒𝐻𝐸 education stuff and something embarrassing that happened yesterday with Deku that I feel off. Tsu was quiet but 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 practically squealed in delight. Oh, with Deku? What happened? Oh, look at your face, it's getting all red. Do you like him? Does he like you? She asked gleefully. She still wasn't fully dressed and was crouched at 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏's side, her head tilted to one side expectantly. No, I do not like him. There was just this thing with Ishido at school yesterday where she pulled up my shirt in front of Deku and Kirishima and it was embarrassing. That's all. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 explained nervously, half covering her red face with her hands. She was in real danger of nervously activating her quirk and starting to float away. Who's Ishido? Do I know her? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 inquired. She's one of our classmates, ribbit, Tsu supplied. Is that what you and Deku were talking about this morning before class? Oh, you were talking together, alone before class. Are you sure you don't like him? That did it. 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 let out a little eek and then inadvertently began floating up and away from the two girls. She floated upside down and squeezed her eyes shut, willing the moment to pass, though she knew that Tsu and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 would still be there, waiting for her to explain her behavior. Great, I really did it this time. Now they definitely know that something is up, she thought to herself while she floated. She suddenly felt something warm and damp wrap around one of her ankles, tugging her upright and back down to the ground. Guess I can always count on Tsu to prevent me from floating away. I really need to work on my quirk activating and floating up and away when I get embarrassed, 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 thought worriedly as she was tugged back down. Got you, ribbit, Tsu said just as 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 became weighted again and landed on her backside with a gentle thud. Did I make you float away? Sorry, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, I just wanted to know about what's bothering you, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 said with a smile once 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 opened her eyes to see the periwinkle-haired girl looking at her. It's okay, 𝗂𝐭𝐻𝗏 started but paused. What did she tell them? That she was so concerned about embarrassing Deku that she went uninvited to his dorm room and walked in on him masturbating. No, better to keep it short and cut out that part. I was just worried that by having myself accidentally exposed that I'd embarrassed him or made things, well, weird between us. He's my friend, so I didn't want that, so we just talked about that this morning because I think he'd been avoiding me all yesterday. I wanted to, clear the air. Yeah, I wanted to clear the air. Clear the air. That makes sense. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 nodded and stood back up to resume getting dressed. All this time and she'd only managed to exchange her sports BR for her actual BR. She really was easily distracted. But Ochako, if you did like him, I bet that would be okay. It's okay to like somebody. Friends can like each other too, 𝗎𝗎𝗧𝗏 said with a soft smile. Ochako briefly wondered if she was alluding to personal experience, and her thoughts drifted to both Togata and Amajiki. 𝗎𝗎𝗧𝗏 is right, Ribbit. It'd be okay if you liked him or anyone for that matter, except maybe Mineta, Ribbit, Tsu added with a wrinkled nose at the thought of Mineta. Ochako laughed at that. I know, but we're just friends, she asserted, but even as she said it and tried to make it as convincing as possible, some small part of her whispered, liar. I'm not lying. We're just friends. I'm not lying. A few hours later, Ochako and Tsu were piled into Momo's room, spread over her enormous bed. Mina, 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐻, and 𝗔𝗀 were also there. Some books and other various study materials were spread like a smorgasbord over the bed as well. Momo was leading a study group, or perhaps a more apt term was gossiping group. The girls usually gathered a few times a week or more to study and spend time with one another. That had become harder recently with the work studies. Some of their study sessions became more of social catch-up sessions for them. While they did complete studying and homework, they also caught up on gossip and girl talk. Thankfully, Ochako's recent adventures with Deku were not on the menu. Instead, it seemed to be all about all the girls, aside from she and Tsu and maybe 𝗔𝗀 too, crushes on Shoto Todoroki. It seemed that most of the girls were smitten with the two-toned boy. In all honesty, Ochako wasn't entirely sure why. Sure, he was very pleasant to look at, but she found him to be a bit cold and closed off for her to want to fawn over him. His quirk was impressive and he was pretty, but aside from that, she liked Todoroki as a classmate and friend and nothing more. He's just so thoughtful. I dropped my book the other day and he picked it up for me without hesitation. 𝗂𝐸𝐽𝐻 exclaimed gleefully. I'm not sure that counts as anything other than being polite, 𝗔𝗀 countered as she twisted one of her long ear lobes around her finger. Ochako snuck a glance at her and wondered if she too had a crush on their classmate. All of them had admitted to thinking he was extremely attractive, but 𝗔𝗀 wasn't one to swoon over him like Mina, 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽, and Momo. In fact, she was more often quieter in their group conversations than she and Tsu were. Always on her phone, in fact. Who are you on the phone with? She wondered to herself before dismissing the thought and assuming that she was probably composing music or doing something music-related. Oh, come on, 𝗔𝗀. Has he ever picked up a book for you? 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽 asked in annoyance. No, but I can't remember ever dropping one near him, she quipped. Besides, Kaminari would probably be there picking it up for you, right? Mina teased with a mischievous look. No, muttered 𝗔𝗀 mostly to herself and looked away. Shouldn't we be studying, Ribbit? Tsu asked as she flipped through the pages of her study book. I keep getting the seminal vesicles and vas deferens mixed up. There'll be plenty of time to learn that later, Mina said with a smile and rolled onto her back. She stretched languidly and said, I want to talk more about Todoroki, but he doesn't seem to notice that we exist. Protested 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽𝐻. Well, in your case, 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽, you are invisible, Mina pointed out. 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽𝐻 gave a frustrated sigh. You know what I mean. I think Tsu is right and that we should focus on studying. This is a lot of information to memorize, Momo said softly as she too looked through her notebook. You're just being all serious because you've got a big old crush on him and don't know how to ask him out? Mina giggled. Oh. I am simply saying that it would be in our best interests if we assimilated this information now instead of leaving it for the last minute, Momo defended, though there was the beginnings of a clear blush on her cheeks. So serious? 𝗂𝐸𝐻𝐽𝐻 chided. I'm simply saying that. Momo began only to be cut off by Mina. You just have to be direct, Momo. Like tell him that he's hot and you want to go out. And how well did that work out for you, Ashtio? 𝗔𝗀 chirped with a side glance at the wild-haired pink girl. Oh, shut up. So it didn't go the way I wanted it to, at least I did it, Mina snapped back defensively. You asked him if he wanted to go out sometime and he asked you why you wanted him to go outside. You're clearly not even on his radar, 𝗔𝗀 said with a devious expression on her face as she continued to twist her earlobe round and round her finger. Yeah, okay, so you're just going to have to be more direct, Momo. Tell him he's hot and that you'd like to have a date with him. Mina suggested with renewed vigor. He'd probably take the date part literally and ask you which date you meant, huffed 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻. He's not stupid. He'll know, Mina argued. Ladies please. Let's just do some actual studying please, Momo sighed. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 saw the blush in Momo's cheeks and wondered if she too felt flustered and hot when it came to Todoroki like when she thought about Deku. Her eyes widened at that thought and she let out a little squeak that drew the attention of the other girls. What was that, 𝐒𝐻𝐿? Asked Mina curiously, moving to her belly and perched on her elbows to look at her. Oh, nothing, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said too quickly for anyone to overlook. 𝗔𝐬 raised an eyebrow at her, her attention no longer on her phone. What was up with you and Midoriya today? Yeah, you were like shouting something. Were you fighting? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 asked. Bakugo bumped into him and then he ran out of the classroom saying he had to go to the bathroom. It was a bit odd, I agree, Momo recalled and also shot 𝐒𝐻𝐿 a curious look. Then you just rushed right out after him. Wonder what that was about, Mina said with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Not good, she thought to herself and realized she was once again at great risk of accidentally activating her quirk. Then they'd all know that something was indeed up. Just breathe deeply, 𝐒𝐻𝐿, in and out, in and out. Well, if you hadn't made it weird by basically flashing him yesterday, I wouldn't have had to go talk to him, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 blurted out. The other girl's eyes widened. No way, 𝗔𝐬 said, dropping her earlobe. For real? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 exclaimed. You flashed him, Mina? Momo asked. I did not flash him. I pulled up Uravity's shirt to show off her abs since she was being a badass and Deku got stuck staring at her. That is what I did. It was Midoriya who couldn't stop looking at her, Mina explained as if it was the most casual thing in the world. The conversation turned back to 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Thinking fast, she replied with the first thing that came to her mind. It wasn't just Deku, Kirishima was there too. It was embarrassing for everybody and awkward enough for Deku that I wanted to apologize to him about. That's what I was doing this morning. Hopefully her hastily put-together distraction would be enough to redirect the conversation. Kirishima was there too? Momo asked. That seems kind of rude, 𝐴cido, 𝗔𝐬 admitted with a glance at the pink-haired girl. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 felt a wave of relief wash over her. The conversation had been successfully redirected until 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 spoke. What did Kirishima do when that happened? He didn't stare like Midoriya did, Mina replied without missing a beat. The girls all directed their attention back at 𝐒𝐻𝐿, who felt her heart skip a beat. This is bad. I need to get them to think about something else, but if I change the subject now they'll know something is up, she thought to herself in a panic. Again, she felt like she was getting very near accidentally activating her quirk and becoming weightless. Thankfully, 𝐳 came to her rescue. That seems weird, 𝐕. Why would Midoriya stare and not Kirishima? He did see it happen, right? Mina sat up and glared at 𝐳. Of course he saw. He just wasn't gaga-eyed for it like Midoriya was. Something in the way Ashido brushed Kirishima's presence off struck 𝐒𝐻𝐿 as odd. She seemed very intent to brush over his presence. Perhaps she should dig deeper into that. If I remember correctly, he looked at me for maybe a second and then looked at you, Mina, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 pointed out. So, while Deku might have been looking at me, Kirishima was staring at you, 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said triumphantly as she saw Mina's face shift slightly and the tiniest of blushes form on her already pink skin. Why would he do that when you were making a point of showing off my bare skin? Kirishima was staring at you? 𝗔𝐬 asked, now shooting Mina a suspicious look. He does look at you more often than not when we're in class, Momo mused. Does he? I never noticed. Tomorrow in class I'm going to have to watch for it, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you two go to middle school together, 𝐕? Now a true blush colored Mina's cheeks as she clearly struggled to come up with some sort of response. We did, yeah, but so what? He looked at me, doesn't mean he's into me or anything. So we knew each other before, doesn't mean we're dating or anything. So, there's nothing going on? 𝗔𝐬 asked, a sly smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You mean like there's nothing going on with you and Kaminari? There is nothing going on between Kirishima and I. Mina protested angrily. However, the growing blush on her cheeks told a different story. Hey, don't pull bolts for brains into this. Just because he's an idiot who I've pointed that out to multiple times before doesn't mean there's something going on between us. Besides, he's too busy leching around with Mineta anyway, Jiro snapped back. The atmosphere had changed quite a bit, going from playful girl talk to charged bitchiness. It was time to call it a night. I'm sorry I brought it up. I didn't mean to upset you. Let's just call it a night for tonight, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 said with mock frustration. Secretly, she was extremely pleased that Mina had taken the Kirishima bait hook, line, and sinker. I agree with 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿, ribbit, Sue agreed. Alright, we'll have to do some more studying tomorrow, and by studying I mean actual studying, Momo said with a sigh. Slowly the girls gathered up their belongings and headed their separate ways. Considering that Mina was on the same floor as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 was, the two shared a somewhat awkward walk back to their respective rooms. Just as they stepped off the stairs, Mina stopped and said, "That was low, bringing Kirishima into the convo." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 stopped and looked at Mina's downturned mouth and her narrowed eyes. She really did appear to be upset that 𝐒𝐿 had brought him up. Filing that away for further analysis, she said, "I'm sorry, Mina, just you bringing up Deku and the whole flashing thing, it made me very uncomfortable. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings though." She bowed a little in apology. Mina sighed and started walking toward her dorm. Yeah, she stopped and looked pointedly at 𝐒𝐿 and said, "There isn't anything going on between Kirishima and I. We went to middle school together, and that's it. If there was, I would have said something because he is hot." 𝐒𝐿 snorted in disbelief at Mina's boldness. If only she could find such boldness. In his own strange plain way, "I guess Deku's kind of hot too," Mina mused with a naughty grin and wink in 𝐒𝐿's direction. "Night, 𝐒𝐿." She left 𝐒𝐿 standing alone in the hall, feeling very flustered. She thinks Deku is hot. Wait, does she think that, or did she say that just to mess with me? Why do I even care? What is wrong with me? Her thoughts were full of angsty adolescent turmoil as she managed to break out of her standstill and walk to her own room. She didn't bother to turn the lights on once she was inside, instead sinking down along the door and land in a slump on the floor. She sat there, brooding to herself about the day and about the girl time they'd had, which had turned out to be awful. What a day. Get it together, Uraraka, she whispered to herself and pulled her legs up to her seat to cradle herself. Why was being a teenager so strong? There was a buzz in her pocket then, and she reluctantly pulled out her phone to see who was messaging her. It was probably Tsu checking in, or maybe one of her parents. She flipped open her phone and dropped it when her eyes read who the message was from. The message was from Deku. Her heart suddenly beating a mile a minute, she groped for her phone and accidentally dropped it once, twice, a third time, excitedly activated her quirk and made it weightless and watched in fury as it began to float away from her. Release, she practically snarled and caught the phone as it fell. She opened the phone and saw two messages from Deku. One was an image of him smiling along with an enraged-looking Bakugo and a tight-lipped-looking Todoroki. She could vaguely make out what looked like something flaming in the distance and assumed that that was probably Endeavor in the distance. The second message was just text and read, "Sorry we didn't get to talk today, assuming you wanted to talk, that is. I hope you had a good evening, Uraraka. I'll see you tomorrow." She could practically hear his voice reading the lines to her as her heart hammered excitedly in her face. Calm down, calm down. It's just a text message and just Deku being Deku, she thought to herself, though she couldn't help the smile that was tugging at her lips. He'd texted her, that meant that he'd thought of her. In fact, he'd thought of her enough to take a selfie with murdery Bakugo and Todoroki to boot. Would they talk tomorrow? Did he want to talk? Did she want to talk tomorrow? The more she thought about it, the more excited and nervous she became. It was the only thing on her mind as she changed into her pajamas and got into bed. What would they talk about? What was there to talk about? Maybe about how her heart had started to beat alarmingly fast when she thought about him. No, that wasn't a subject to bring up. As she lay in bed, she remembered Nijire's and Tsu's words, "It'd be okay if you did like him, and not for the first time since coming to UA." She wondered if he might think it was okay if she liked him too. But Shoto misreads the signals. Shoto Todoroki sat quietly in class, as Recovery Girl stood at the front with a large diagram cross-section of both the female and male anatomy. While some of his peers were blushing and looking away, he was mostly unmoved by the images. It was just anatomy after all, not an actual naked man or woman. That might elicit a blush from him, but not simple diagrams. He could see Minetta in front of and in the row next to him. While Minetta seemed largely uninterested in most of their lessons, he was rapt with attention now. Shoto briefly wondered if one of the rumored guest speakers was going to be Minetta's work-study preceptor, MT Lady. Of course, that was something that would thrill him. Perhaps he'd be the top student of this unit, simply because of his interest in the subject material. With just the slight incline of his head, he looked toward the seat next to him and Yaoyorozu, who also seemed very intent on the lesson. Even if Minetta was overly interested in this lesson, he'd be strong-pressed to beat out Yaoyorozu's academic prowess. She never failed to routinely be the #1 student in their class, which didn't surprise him. He had great respect for her. His eyes moved beyond Yaoyorozu and up the row toward the fiery Bakugo, who was leaned back in his chair and clearly not even paying attention. He would never quite understand how that one managed to score so well. For all intents and purposes, it seemed that Bakugo had zero interest in anything they learned, yet he consistently scored amongst the top students. Clearly, despite being hot-headed and uninterested in almost anything academic, Bakugo was naturally gifted in almost all areas. Except manners, Shoto thought to himself as he recalled their work-study yesterday when Deku had tried to take a selfie of the three of them, which had set Bakugo into a fiery rage. Ultimately, he'd launched one of his explosions at the green-haired boy. The fact that Midoriya consistently tolerated Bakugo's brash and rude behavior never failed to impress him. Midoriya was currently taking feverish notes, his nose practically pressed into the pages of his notebook. Shoto wasn't quite sure what kind of notes he was taking, since Recovery Girl was mostly reiterating the location and function of the reproductive organs. Though as he thought about it, it was highly likely that Deku had drawn very similar diagrams and was labeling them in identical fashion. Shoto wondered briefly to yesterday when his friend had looked so tired. He'd abruptly run out of the class claiming he had to go to the bathroom just before class had started. Shoto had been somewhat surprised to see Uraraka quickly follow him out. That was a curious interaction, but one he shrugged off as it wasn't his business. When Deku had come back into class, he'd been blushing but hadn't looked as exhausted as he had that morning. Perhaps he'd even looked a bit brighter. As the day had gone on, Deku had acted more like his normal self, and when they'd gone to their work studies and once again begun trying to catch up with Endeavor, he'd been much more his upbeat self. Whatever had bothered him enough that he couldn't sleep had apparently stopped bothering him by the end of the day. Aside from Bakugo's usual violent behavior at something as small as a selfie, the evening and night went largely as expected. Their work this morning was also to be expected, though Shoto noticed that as the afternoon drew close, Midoriya seemed to become more excitable. Was he excited to get back to class? Normally he seemed more excited to be doing work with Endeavor. Shoto shifted his gaze across the room and toward Uraraka. She looked like she was paying attention, though he noted a slightly pinker color in her already rosy cheeks. Was she too embarrassed by the subject material? Tomorrow we'll have 2 special guest speakers during the lesson. I expect you all to pay them appropriate respect, Recovery Girl announced, drawing Shoto's attention back to her. Minetta's hand shot up at once, prompting a tired sigh from Recovery Girl. It seemed that the only student who had regular questions during this unit was, of course, Minetta. Who are the guest speakers? He asked, practically clawing his way out of his desk. Wouldn't you like to be surprised? Recovery Girl asked. Only if I know that they're going to be hot girls. Minetta shot back. Recovery Girl sighed again and said, it'll be a man and a woman, 2 separate speakers. Sick. At least one's a hot chick. Minetta exclaimed with delight. Both discussing super sexually transmitted diseases and infections, Recovery Girl added pointedly. Most of the class shifted uncomfortably with that announcement. Shoto assumed that she'd made that statement to calm Minetta down, but her remark didn't seem to have any effect on him. Doesn't matter, as long as it's a hottie, I don't care what they talks about. Minetta half muttered and half shouted in response. Even Shoto had to repress an eye roll at that. Minetta truly was under and highly inappropriate at all times. Quit acting like a cat in heat, you moron, snapped Bakugo angrily from further up in the row. That's enough, class, Mr. Aizawa suddenly added, surprising everyone. Once Recovery Girl had come to class to begin the lesson, he'd zipped himself up in his sleeping bag and disappeared behind his desk, but apparently he hadn't completely gone to sleep. He was awake enough to interject and calm the class down, just in case things got out of hand. Classes for the day ended just a short time later. 𝗏𝗏 gathered his books and prepared to head out of the classroom. He briefly took note of 𝗏𝗏 swiftly moving in his direction until he realized that she was headed not toward him but to 𝐒𝐬𝐢𝐳, who was still gathering her things. Once 𝗏𝗏 was out of the classroom and on his way toward the dorms, Midoriya caught up to him and said, "Hey Todoroki, can I borrow your notes on the last lesson of English we had? There's just something with the I after E except after siege rule that I can't quite get. I know you're good with English and have helped me before, so I thought I'd ask." "Sure, Midoriya," 𝗏𝗏 replied softly and paused briefly to open up his bag and pull out the notes he had from their English class. "Oh, you don't have to give me the notes right now. We can do it once we get back to the dorm," Deku said with a wave of his hand. "No, it's okay, Midoriya. Here they are." 𝗏𝗏 handed over the notes, which Deku took with a small bow. "Gee, thanks Todoroki. I think this will really help," he began with a smile, only to be interrupted by a soft, inquisitive voice from down the hall. "Excuse me, Midoriya, but can I, talk to Todoroki for a moment?" 𝐒𝐬𝐢𝐳 asked. She stood a few paces down the hall from them and looked rather nervous. 𝗏𝗏 noted a slight blush in her cheeks and that she was avoiding his gaze. He wondered what was wrong. This was unlike her. Did she have a fever? Was she sick? "Oh, sure thing. See you later, Todoroki," Deku said with a worried glance at their classmate. He continued down the hall and out of sight. Most of the other students had also left, leaving just 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳 standing in the hall with 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 moved closer to the red-cheeked girl and looked at her with concern. She still wasn't meeting his gaze, and the flush in her cheeks was more pronounced the closer he got. Could she be sick? Did she need help? Was she overheated and needed cooling down? "𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳, are you all right?" he asked, genuinely concerned for her well-being. "Oh yes, I was. Well, you see, I wanted to," she began but paused, clearly uncomfortable. 𝗏𝗏's concern for her continued to grow. Why was she having a difficult time talking to him? This was so unusual for her. "You look hot and your cheeks are flushed. Do you need cooling down?" 𝗏𝗏 asked and raised his right hand toward her shoulder, already feeling a coolness spreading over his fingers and down his arm. "What? I'm hot." "Oh, no, I'm not feeling hot," she stammered and finally met his gaze, though it was already too late. 𝗏𝗏 had placed his hand on her shoulder and let some of the coldness permeate into 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳. "Well, you look like you might have a fever with how red your cheeks and neck are. This should help cool you a bit until you can see Recovery Girl." "I'm glad I was here to help you," 𝗏𝗏 said softly and removed his hand, seeing that the redness was beginning to fade thanks to his quirk. "Recovery Girl. But, okay, you're right. I'm sorry." 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳 looked down and away, and 𝗏𝗏 thought he saw disappointment or hurt in her eyes, or perhaps a combination of both. That was perplexing, but he instantly dropped that thought when he saw the red coloration in her cheeks come back with vigor. "𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳, your cheeks, they're so red. We should get you to Recovery Girl as soon as possible," 𝗏𝗏 said with worry. He grabbed her wrist with his right hand and again began cooling, trying to help abate the persistent fever that 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳 seemed to have developed. "Todoroki, please, it's Al," she began, but was interrupted by an older voice from just inside the classroom door. "I'll take it from here, young Todoroki. Thank you for trying to help her," Recovery Girl said with a gentle smile on her face. 𝗏𝗏 was confused since he'd thought she'd left the class even before the students did, and if she'd returned, he'd not heard or seen it at all. Where had she come from? "Okay, thank you. I hope you feel better, 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳," 𝗏𝗏 said earnestly and released her wrist and began walking down the hall. She was acting so strange. "I hope she's okay," 𝗏𝗏 thought to himself as he exited the building. He paused briefly as he stood just outside the school and looked down at his right hand. Despite having just used a bit of his cold quirk, his hand felt somehow warm. 𝗏𝗏 held it up to his face and stared at it curiously. It should still be cold after having just used his quirk, but it was still oddly warm. He hesitantly looked back at the school and again wondered if 𝗒𝐬𝐢𝐳 had a very high fever. Slowly he lowered his hand and began walking away from the school again. As he walked, he was vaguely aware of some kind of tension developing deep in his belly when he thought of 𝐒𝐬𝐳𝑚𝐲's flushed cheeks and the feel of her wrist in his cold hand. He hoped she was okay. Back in the school, 𝐒𝐬𝐳𝑚𝐲 stood in the empty hall with Recovery Girl, feeling horribly embarrassed and awkward. She'd been trying to do what 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝐸 had kept telling her to do, and it had gone oh so poorly. Todoroki really did seem to be oblivious to her and any of the other girls' affections. Oh, don't fret too much, 𝗓𝗏𝗧𝗏. A boy like him just needs a bit of time to put the pieces together, Recovery Girl said as she shuffled toward the much taller girl. Just like you'll learn in my class, girls develop emotionally faster than boys do. Somehow the old woman's words were both encouraging and depressing. Thank you. I guess I'll be going too. With that, she bowed slightly toward the old nurse and left the school. Recovery Girl looked on after her. I wonder if Shoto Todoroki will realize anytime soon why she was blushing and what she was trying to ask. 5 Can't Stop Twinkling references The Wizard of Oz, and Deku doesn't have a clue why he had butterflies in his stomach, and he wasn't entirely certain why. They'd been with him when he'd eaten his dinner and when he'd started talking with Todoroki about the English notes he'd borrowed. He'd also been distracted by his phone, kept feeling the need to repeatedly check it to see if he had gotten any messages. You seem to be checking your phone a lot. Are you expecting a message? Todoroki asked softly. Izuku raised his eyes from his phone and saw Todoroki watching him carefully. He quickly put his phone away and gave a nervous smile. Oh no. Just checking it, hee. I guess I just keep thinking I feel it buzzing. Oh okay, Todoroki said with the tiniest of shrugs. He went back to going over some of his more intricate notes on English grammar rules and sentence structure. Deku attempted to focus on what Todoroki was saying but continued having a strong time with it. He was distracted again and he still could feel the flutter of butterflies in his stomach. Why was he so excitable? Hey, what was going on with 𝐒𝐬𝐳𝑚𝐲 after class today? Asked 𝗧𝗏, interrupting Todoroki's note review and pulling Izuku back to the present. Deku was surprised by 𝗧𝗏's question since he didn't remember him being around when 𝐒𝐬𝐳𝑚𝐲 had stopped them, but in all honesty, he was a bit curious about her as well. Oh yeah, what was up with that? She looked like she needed to talk to you about something serious, Deku surmised thoughtfully. Yeah, I think she was sick. Her cheeks were really red, Todoroki recounted. Do you think she had a fever? Deku asked innocently. He remembered 𝐒𝐬𝐳𝑚𝐲 nervously standing in the hall, not meeting their eyes. It had been unlike her to act so insecure. She must have had some kind of fever for her cheeks to be that red, Todoroki said. Deku noted that he seemed quite concerned for his classmate. 𝗧𝗏 suddenly laughed. Guys, you really think she had a fever? Come on. He laughed and shook his head. Deku looked at him in confusion as Todoroki questioned, You don't think she had a fever? Did she say something to you? No, but I saw her arrive back to the dorms a while after you did, Todoroki, and she looked totally fine. A little down, but totally fine. I don't think she was sick, 𝗧𝗏 laughed again and shook his head. Why would she look so overheated then? Todoroki asked, mostly to himself. Deku was suddenly reminded of just the day before when Uraraka's cheeks had been so rosy red and she'd looked flushed as if with fever. It had been because she was embarrassed. Slowly, the wheels began turning in Izuku's head, but alas, the same could not be said for his half-hot and half-cold friend. You idiots, growled a harsh and angry voice. The nerd I get not knowing, but icy hot. How can you be so bright and yet so dim? Bakugo stood behind them from where they sat on the couch and glowered at them. Kaken. Didn't see you there. Squeaked Deku in surprise. Was Kaken about to blast him with another explosion? Speaking of which, he'd have to go and train Black WHP with him again. They were overdue for another chase and capture fail, explosion to face session. Shut up. I wasn't talking to you, snapped Bakugo with a sneer. He looked at Todoroki with contempt and asked, A fever? Really? You can't think of any other reason why a girl would be red-faced in front of you. Todoroki squinted in confusion, but slowly some kind of new idea seemed to dawn on him, albeit at a snail's pace. I guess if she were embarrassed by something. His voice trailed off and he lowered his eyes in thought. Bakugo stared at him incredulously. Deku thought he could see him physically bristle at Todoroki's careful inward contemplation. Well, I'm not gonna spell it out for you, icy hot. Figure it out yourself. He stormed off then, and Deku thought her heard him mutter, "Dums" under his breath as he walked away. What would she have been embarrassed by? Do you think she wanted to ask for help in English but was feeling shy for wanting to ask for my help? Todoroki asked, mostly to Deku, though 𝗧𝗪 was still present and listening. I don't think that's probably it, Deku said sheepishly. He wasn't sure since he'd not been there for the conversation, but he was thinking that perhaps something similar, or at least something embarrassing, had happened between them and she was trying to talk to Todoroki like Uraraka had tried to talk to Deku. Briefly, Izuocha felt horrified that perhaps an identical situation had occurred and Yaoyorozu had walked in on Todoroki, but he decided that that was highly unlikely considering his friend's confusion about it all. Even Todoroki, unflappable as he was, would be flustered about that. Maybe she was trying to ask you out, 𝗧𝗪 supplied and playfully jabbed Todoroki in the ribs. Todoroki just looked more confused. Ask me out where? He asked sincerely. 𝗧𝗪 sighed. No man, like on a date. Like a girl and boy date. Go get ice cream or go see a movie together, that kind of date. Finally, realization dawned on Todoroki. His gray eye and blue eye widened in surprise. Yaoyorozu was not asking me out on a date. I suppose she might have been embarrassed about something, but I do not believe she was trying to ask me on a romantic date. I doubt that Yaoyorozu has those kind of feelings for me or anyone here, he said firmly. Okay, whatever you say, 𝗧𝗪 shrugged. What would even give you that idea? Todoroki asked. Well, if she wanted to talk to you alone and went so far as to ask Midoriya to leave and was all red in the cheeks about it, well, that's what I'd think, 𝗧𝗪 replied casually. I am not you, he responded coolly and with slightly more emotion than Deku expected him to respond with. The reaction seemed to surprise Todoroki as well since he quieted immediately and said, Sorry, that's just really not what I think was going on. I was worried she was sick. She could have been sick, Todoroki, or maybe she was trying to ask for help with a class like you thought and that made her embarrassed, Deku said supportively. However, he couldn't dismiss the memory of Ochako's pink cheeks and cautiously added, though it could be that she was embarrassed because she was trying to do what 𝗧𝗪 suggested. It was Todoroki's turn to have a blush come over his face. Deku felt flustered for his friend and quickly tried to smooth it over. But that's probably not it. It doesn't seem like something Yaoyorozu would do. I wonder if she's struggling with English too and was going to ask you for help with it. The flush diminished from Shoto's cheeks and Deku was relieved to see that his friend seemed to relax a little at his words and return to his composed self. Perhaps that is it. Should we resume going over these notes, then? Right? Deku agreed cheerfully. 𝗧𝗪 looked at the two and shrugged again. It was obvious to him, why wasn't it obvious to them? And the better question, why wasn't Yaoyorozu getting all blushy around him? He would have been delighted to have her sweet face pink-tinged confessing her love to him. Deku and Shoto continued with studying English for a little while longer before they called it quits and Deku began heading upstairs to his dorm. He'd not seen Uraraka that evening because she'd gone straight to her after-school work studies immediately after class. Despite not seeing her though, his stomach was still doing flip-flops and he felt nervous like he had yesterday. He had received one message from her early this morning that had been a smiling emoji in response to the last message he'd sent her. He wasn't entirely sure how to take that other than that she was happy to hear from him. Happy for the selfie. He wasn't sure. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, he felt his phone buzz and anxiously picked it up only to be deflated by seeing a message from his mother asking him how his work study had been going. He composed a quick response and sent it away quickly before putting his phone away. Just as he entered the hall, Aoyama suddenly fluttered into view with a smile. Midoriya. I was hoping to run into you, he said with a smile. Oh, hi Aoyama. Deku replied cheerfully. Mon chéri, I just have to know how you like the book. Did you simply adore it? Aoyama asked with a flourish. Deku was utterly confused. What book was he talking about? I'm confused, what book are we talking about? A tinkling laugh escaped the blonde-haired twinkling star. My. How could you forget such an elegant piece of work? The Wizard of Oz is one of my most favorite books. The Wizard of Oz? Deku asked with a raised eyebrow. He'd never read The Wizard of Oz, In fact, he wasn't sure that he'd ever seen the movie even. It was a piece of pop culture that he was familiar with, but aside from that, he had very little knowledge of it. In fact, did he know that it was even based off a book? Mon Dieu! Midoriya, your memory. Do you not recall the lovely Miss Uraraka here the other night, scandalously outside your door? Aoyama asked dramatically. Izuku suddenly felt his throat tighten as all the color drained out of his face. The other night, Uraraka outside my door, he knows. He knows. Wow. The words were barely a whisper. C'est vrai. She was here to retrieve that most precious of books. Did you not actually read it? He gasped dramatically and looked at Deku with a frown. It doesn't know. He doesn't know. Uraraka must have stumbled into Aoyama sometime between seeing me and leaving and said she was giving me a book. Fast thinking Uraraka. But oh, now I've got to run with it, he thought to himself in a panic. Giving Aoyama his brightest and most cheerful smile, Deku said, "Oh yes, that book. I read it. I was just surprised to hear that someone else had. I didn't know you were into it." To perhaps anyone else, Deku's sudden random exuberance would have been somewhat questionable, but to Aoyama it was the appropriate response when discussing one of his favorite books. "Oh, I am so pleased. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 the Wizard of Oz. I am so glad you loved it as well. We will all three of us have to talk about it. Perhaps a little book club even." Aoyama paused and narrowed his eyes playfully at Deku, with lots of cheese. Deku briefly recalled Aoyama's strange obsession with cheese, the cheese outside his window. His French friend definitely would have cheese at any get-together he might arrange. Yeah, lots of cheese, Deku agreed, though lacking a bit of the enthusiasm he had mustered previously. Indeed. Now I must be away. Adieu. Aoyama said with a flamboyant bow before he practically pranced his way into his room. Deku was left standing alone in the hallway, somewhat confused. What a bizarre interaction that had been. A little while later, dressed in his UA gym clothes, Deku was outside practicing his kicks and punches. It was getting later into the evening, so he'd have to call it a night soon, but for now he was content to keep up his practicing. Before coming outside, he'd stopped by to see if 𝐭𝐿 wanted to do some black WHP practice with him. That had gone less than smooth. After he'd asked him, Bakugo had glared murderous intentions at him in response, and Izuku had taken the hint and been on his way. So here he was, outside practicing to make his fighting skills perfect. He couldn't reach his goal of becoming the #1 hero if he didn't practice, practice, practice. Plus, the physical exercise was a nice distraction from any intrusive thoughts about the last few days or about Uraraka in general. As long as his mind and body were focused on hero practice, he could keep all annoying teenage boy thoughts away. That is until the object of some of those teenage boy thoughts was spotted walking up to the front door of their dorm. He'd been mid-kick when the sound of voices had attracted his gaze in the direction of the front doors. There on the footpath leading to the front door was Uraraka and Azui walking toward the dorm. They must have just returned from their work studies and hadn't noticed him yet. However, Izuku hadn't expected to see her, and the surprise of seeing her had thrown him off that he overshot high landing when coming out of his kick and stumbled. "Oof," Deku murmured as he stumbled forward to catch himself. "Deku." Both Uraraka and Azui cried in equal parts alarm and surprise as they watched him stumble. Before Deku could say anything to deter her, Uraraka started to rush forward, as if to help him. He had easily recovered and regained his balance by the time she reached him, but there she was all the same. "Are you okay?" she asked, clearly worried, though as she took in his upright form she realized that she'd perhaps been a little overzealous in coming to his aid. "Yeah, just stumbled is all. I wasn't expecting to see you and 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐸. He bumbled and blushed at having yet again tried to call her Azui. "We just got back from our work studies, 𝗵𝘃𝗲. What are you doing out here? It's cold?" 𝐒𝐸 asked. She made no forward movement to get closer to either Midoriya or Uraraka, instead remaining where she was on the path. "Oh well, I figured I'd get in some training time since 𝐭𝐿 didn't want to do any black WHP training with me," Izuku replied thoughtfully. "How often are you doing that? I thought you'd gotten pretty good with black WHP, 𝗵𝘃𝗲?" 𝐒𝐸 asked curiously. "Oh well, I'm still having a strong time maintaining it for any length of time. And I fail a lot when I try to do a capture technique on 𝐭𝐿. I need a lot more practice before I can really make black 𝗬𝗃𝗵𝐵 my own, he mused and looked down at his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel the energy of black 𝗬𝗃𝗵𝐵 just beneath his skin and bones, waiting to be unleashed. Well, I think you're doing great with it, Deku, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 exclaimed cheerily. Deku took in her warm smile and smiled back at her. Ah, thanks 𝗬𝗏𝗏. As he smiled at her, he suddenly felt his stomach flip-flop again and became acutely aware of her close proximity to him. Blushing, he tried to subtly put some space between them. Tsu suddenly broke the silence. Well, I'm going to head in. It may be February, but it's still too cold out here for a frog like me, ribbit. See you later, 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. She then left them standing together on the grass, alone. The silence and stillness reigned heavily between them. So, Deku started. Yeah, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said at the same time. They both stopped and then chuckled. It feels like I haven't really talked to you in a long time, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said softly, her eyes downward facing and cheeks rosy. Whether they were rosy from the cold or from something else, Deku wasn't certain. It has been a while, hasn't it? We're both just so busy with school and the work studies. It's a lot to do, Deku added, his eyes also downcast, neither one really willing to meet the other's gaze. And not enough time to do it, murmured 𝗬𝗏𝗏. She raised her eyes to Deku's face only to see that his eyes were lowered to the ground. There was a blush on his cheeks that she was certain matched her own. She'd wanted to talk to him all day, still remembering what he'd said yesterday morning that they could talk more. She wasn't sure what they were going to talk about, but she knew that she wanted to talk to him now. Deku, she began nervously. This time Deku raised his eyes from the ground to meet hers. The blush on his cheeks only deepened. Yes, 𝗬𝗏𝗏? He asked quietly, acutely aware of how close she still was to him. He thought he'd managed to put a little distance between them, but he'd either not moved as much as he thought he had, or she had moved closer. I just wanted to talk to you, because I like talking to you and I still feel, weird about what I saw, she stammered nervously. Deku nervously looked away and laughed anxiously. Oh yeah, that. His voice had gone up an octave again. Not good. Why does she still want to talk about that? I thought we addressed it, Deku nervously thought to himself. What had they actually said to each other yesterday morning? He raced through the interaction in his mind, recalling the embarrassment, and then vaguely remembered saying that they could talk later, and then, oh, he remembered. He'd held his fist out to do a fist bump with her, and she'd surprised him by open palm taking his hand, and then even more surprising, he'd taken her hand in his. What had compelled him to do that? Better question, what had compelled her to do it in the first place? I don't want there to be any weirdness between us. You're my friend, and just because that happened doesn't mean it has to be awkward. We can be like we were, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said nervously, her voice moving a little too quickly for it come off as any way other than anxious. I don't want it to be weird either. I'm sorry if it's been bothering you, he said softly, feeling genuinely guilty that she'd had to see him doing that. He was also immediately grateful that her quirk wasn't mind reading, because if it was, she almost certainly would have found out that he was doing that whilst thinking of her. That thought only made the blush deepen on his cheeks. No, don't be sorry, Deku. I walked into your personal space without waiting for permission. If there's fault, it's on me, not on you. I mean that, she said firmly. Deku felt touched by her words and said in a quiet little voice, 𝗬𝗏𝗏, but he didn't know what else to say, so his words stopped there and silence moved in between them once again. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 directed her gaze briefly to the ground, flicked her brown eyes back to his greens, before darting to the ground again and asking, but, I do have something I want to ask, if that's okay? Yeah, sure, he said softly. He watched her as she seemed to struggle with whatever words she was trying to come up with. He was curious but also nervous as to what she might have to say. Why did you take my hand yesterday? Why did you hold my hand? She blurted out, a deep scarlet settling itself onto her cheeks. Deku instinctively took a step back and gave a nervous laugh. Well, you had taken my hand and it felt natural to just take your hand, I guess, he bumbled. He'd squeezed his eyes tightly closed and plastered a nervous smile on his face, hoping that was an okay answer. Why did he hold her hand? Why had he done that? It had felt natural, but what else had compelled him to do that? Was it actually holding hands? Or had it just been a handshake? A pause and then, "Oh," was all Uraraka said. Izuku opened his eyes at her response and couldn't help but see what he was certain was disappointment in her eyes. She wasn't looking directly at him anymore, instead looking down, but he could see it clear as day in her eyes. She was disappointed. "That makes sense," she said softly and then began to move away from him. "I'll leave you to your practice. Don't work too strong." She forced a smile at him and then turned to leave. A panic suddenly seized his heart as she turned away from him. He didn't want her to go just yet, and it bothered him more than he was willing to admit that she was disappointed by his response. He'd disappointed her, and that was something he'd not experienced with Uraraka before, and now having felt that, he hated it. "Wait, Uraraka," he exclaimed and reached out for her. His fingers brushed against the wool of her brown coat and tugged gently. She stopped where she was but didn't move to face him. His heart skipped a beat in his ear. What was he doing? What did he expect out of this? What was his next move? He watched as her auburn hair rustled with the gentle breeze in the air. "You have to say something, Izuku. You can't just let her stand there waiting for nothing. Say something." "But what do I say?" "Tell her the truth." "But what is the truth?" he asked himself. His mind raced through all the feelings he'd had over the last 2 days and over the last year and ever since meeting the rosy-cheeked girl who made all things weightless. There were so many emotions to sift through that he didn't think he could begin to get to the bottom of it in this moment. He wasn't sure what he was feeling or what he wanted out of this interaction, but he'd stopped her from leaving, and now all he really wanted was to remove that look of disappointment from her face. "What is the truth?" "The truth is, when she took my hand yesterday, my heart started beating out of my feet, and all I could think was this girl, my friend, was trying to comfort me over something embarrassing that I'd been mostly responsible for, but here she was, making sure I was okay. And her hand had felt so nice against my fist that I did what felt natural and right to do. I held her hand because I wanted to, because I didn't want to let her go. I took your hand and held it because I wanted to, because I didn't want to let you go," Deku admitted in a very soft voice. He felt like his face was on fire and he desperately wanted to look away in embarrassment, but he didn't. He stared into the back of her head, willing her to look back at him, to see the truth on his face. "Deku," Uraraka murmured softly and turned just enough of her face toward him so that their eyes could meet. She turned to face him fully then. Deku's hand fell away from her coat and returned to his side. The disappointment he'd seen on her face was gone, replaced by surprise and something else that he couldn't pinpoint. Despite his heart racing like a frenzied rabbit and his stomach doing flip-flops, Deku took a step closer to her and boldly asked, "But Uraraka, why did you take my hand first? Why take it at all?" It was a question that had been bothering him. Had she not open palm taken his hand, he never would have felt compelled to entwine his own hand with hers. Her eyes dropped to the ground, but she made no move to put space between them when he'd stepped closer to her. I saw your fist and I don't know, just seeing you smiling at me and," she paused, her downcast eyes still somehow twinkling, "and I just wanted to hold your hand. I didn't know what you'd do, but I guess I didn't think about that and just knew that in that moment I wanted to take your hand in mine. To show you it was really okay." Deku felt like his heart might burst out of his ear. That had not been what he'd expected her to say. He wasn't sure what to even say in response. "She wanted to hold my hand. A girl wanted to hold my hand. Not just any girl, but Uraraka. I can't believe it," he thought excitedly to himself. "Oh wow, you don't say," he said nervously and again squeezed his eyes shut and anxiously smiled. "Deku," Uraraka began anxiously, and his eyes sprung open at the sound of her voice. He looked at her and saw the uncertainty on her face and felt concern wash over him. "Deku, what does that mean? What does this mean?" She pointed to herself and then to him and looked at him quizzically. For the life of him, he didn't know. Did it mean that they liked each other? Liked each other? Did it mean that they should start going out? His thoughts briefly returned to Todoroki's earlier conversation about Yaoyorozu, but he pushed those thoughts away. He needed to be in the here and now. "I don't know what it means, Uraraka. I think that's something we have to find out over time," he said honestly. Part of him was ecstatic about this moment in time, but another part of him was incredibly wary of what was happening. The dynamic between the two was on the verge of changing. He could feel that much and was certain she could too. They hadn't exactly said that they both liked each other, but they'd admitted that they wanted to hold each other's hands, and to him, that meant that there might be more on the horizon. It wasn't just friendly behavior to want to and to actually hold each other's hands. He'd been transfixed by her bare skin when she'd accidentally had her shirt pulled up by 𝐒𝐻𝐸. He'd been close to her since he'd first started at UA, and she was one of his closest friends. It made sense that things could easily progress into a more-than-friends situation, but he wasn't sure that that was a good idea. They were both training to be heroes, and Izuku had lofty goals to be the number one. Not to mention he was the secret inheritor of One for All and likely would have to have some kind of huge showdown with Shigaraki in the near future. And what if it ruined their friendship? He didn't want that. He cherished his friendship with Uraraka, and the thought of jeopardizing it was not something he could even think about. At the same time, doing nothing and pretending like there was nothing but friendship between them also seemed like not the greatest idea. He didn't know what to do. "I don't know either," whispered Uraraka and looked at him and said, "but I don't think I can ignore whatever this is or pretend like we're just friends. There's something going on." Deku nodded but wasn't sure what to say. After a moment he said, "Let's sleep on it and see what we feel in the morning." She looked at him dubiously. "I'm not saying that we should pretend like this conversation didn't happen, I'm just saying that let's give it the night and then see how we feel tomorrow. Maybe it's just all the tension surrounding, well, you know." Uraraka seemed to accept that suggestion, though she looked doubtful. "Right? Let's go inside." She nodded and turned away from him. He picked up his notes off the ground and followed close behind her. While he thought that giving it the night was the right thing to do, he was fairly certain that when the sun rose tomorrow their dynamic would stay changed. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do moving forward, but as he continued following her to the doors, watching her hair bounce as she walked, taking in her rosy cheeks, he couldn't help but feel his stomach flip-flop in excitement. She got to the doors before he could and pushed them open. He watched as the lights from the inside bathed her in a soft glowing warmth, and he was struck by her figure in the light. She turned back toward him and gestured for him to come inside, a smile on her face. He hesitated for just a moment at the threshold of the door, staring at her. His hand half raised in an effort to take hers before he realized what he was doing and forced himself to drop the partly raised limb. He followed her inside, his heart racing and his stomach fluttering. He had no idea what they were or weren't about to become, but he did know that in that moment he really wanted to hold her hand again. But Red Riot and Pinky have a secret. Initially, when he'd received her text message, he'd been excited. It had been months and months, after all. So to receive that one text message that simply read, "My room." No. He'd been both excited and nervous to respond to it. During his trek down and around the square, his phone had buzzed again, this time the message simply reading, "Don't let anyone see you." After that, he'd moved cautiously and carefully, doing his best to not be seen. The hall had been relatively deserted, thankfully, but once he'd rounded the corner he'd spotted Uraraka coming up the stairs and heading to her room. He'd quickly ducked back into the hall and waited until he heard Uraraka's door open and then close. After that he waited maybe another 15 seconds and then moved back into the hallway with 𝐒𝐻𝐸's and Uraraka's rooms. Surreptitiously, he moved to 𝐒𝐻𝐸's door and stood there nervously. His heart was beating fast. It had been so long since the last time, and that hadn't been in her dorm room, and she had said it was a one-time thing, just to explore. Yet here he was. He nervously raised his hand to knock only to drop it as her door flew open and he was violently pulled in. "What's wrong with you? Were you actually going to knock?" 𝐒𝐻𝐸 demanded with angry eyes. Ichiro Kirishima blushed at her. She was right. Knocking would have been stupid. Sorry 𝐒𝐻𝐸, guess I wasn't thinking." Did anyone see you?" she asked in a quiet and tight voice. Proudly Kirishima proclaimed, rather loudly, "Nope." "Quiet down," 𝐒𝐻𝐸 chastised. She frowned, pressed her index finger up to her lips in a silence motion and then pulled him into the small toilet that was attached to all the students' dorm rooms. The toilet was cramped for 2 people, and Kirishima was painfully aware of the close proximity of 𝐒𝐻𝐸. Their bodies weren't quite touching, but almost were. He was also surprised by the amount of pink that adorned her bathroom, though he shouldn't be surprised considering how much pink there was in her actual room. There was some sort of pink trim around the mirror over the sink, and the rug in front of the toilet and sink were both a hot pink. There was also a pink bathrobe hanging on the back of the door to the toilet. So much pink, thought Kirishima. Sorry. I just got excited. Didn't mean to be loud. Kirishima apologized once they were tucked into the cramped safety of the bathroom. It's fine, Ishido huffed and glared at him. We need to talk. Kirishima gulped nervously. So this was going to be a talking kind of meet-up and not a romantic tryst. Well, that was okay. Swallowing any disappointment that was there, Kirishima said, "Oh, shoot. Have you said anything to anyone? Or even suggested that we know each other in a way other than classmates or friends?" She demanded, her dark eyes watching him carefully. Kirishima always had to be careful not to stare too long into her eyes. He was truly a sucker for those dark raccoon eyes. "Oh, nobody's the wiser that I'm aware of," he said honestly. In all truth, he'd never even dreamed of breathing a word to anyone, even his closest friends, that he and Mina had decided to on a one-time occasion explore and go all the way with each other. She'd suggested it so casually at the time that he'd thought she'd been joking, but then when he laughed and she straddled him and looked at him with those dark appealing eyes, he knew she hadn't been teasing. Because they'd gone to middle school together, they had some existing familiarity with one another. It didn't make them outright friends, but they were naturally more comfortable with each other than with anyone else. Not that they'd spent copious amounts of time together, but on occasion they'd gone to one another's house to study or practice fighting. It had been strictly platonic, and their studying sessions had ended pretty abruptly once Bakugo decided to take him under his wing and make them study together. Even with those stopping though, they'd still seen each other on and off to practice fighting with one another. It had been shortly before the fiasco summer camp that they'd spent one evening together practice fighting that they'd taken a short break to rest that she'd suggested that they explore each other. "I just want to explore, you know. Plus, I know you and I trust you, so why not?" She asked him so carelessly that he'd not taken her seriously. He'd laughed, and then the next moment she was sitting astride him and staring at him. "Ishido?" He'd asked nervously. "I'm being serious, Red Riot. Let's explore. It can just be a casual, one-time thing that we never speak of again. Deal?" She asked, leaning closer to him, closer to his lips. "But what? I don't know, that doesn't sound very, gentlemanlike," he'd stuttered. She was so close and her body was so warm and soft. Ishido up close was better than anything he ever could have imagined. "But we're friends. I'm not asking you to explore with me and then run off and tell the whole class about it. I'm saying that before we get out and into the big old scary world that we do this one time with each other. Like a safety fall. This way we'll know what we're doing when we do it for real." She hadn't needed to do much convincing, he was halfway ready to making a mess of his already. "Still, Ishido, I think this feels wrong, like I'm taking advantage of you. You're my friend and my classmate, I respect you more than that." It had taken all his willpower in that moment to try and push her off, but he'd managed it until she pressed her cute little pink nose up against his and smiled at him. "You're so adorable when you act all chivalrous, seriously. But no, I don't think it's taking advantage of me at all. It was my idea and I'm the one pushing it, and believe it or not, but I've thought about this like quite a bit. For months, in fact. I made up my mind that I wanted to have my first time with someone I trust and who was hot, and that's you." She'd wiggled her little nose against his, which made his face turn beet red. "Ishido, I don't know, are you sure?" Kirishima wasn't entirely sure he felt comfortable with this. It didn't seem like the right thing, but here Ishido was, right in his face and practically begging him to go all the way with her. Despite his constant endeavor to be manly and an upstanding gentleman, he wasn't going to be able to resist her much longer. Yes I am," she'd practically purred the response, and before he knew it, her soft pink lips were pressed up against his and he was having his very first embrace. Things had proceeded very quickly after that, with clothing be removed, more frantic, and not very skilled, kissing, his hands buried in her cleavage, her hands running over his well-muscled 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐵. Kirishima didn't exactly know what he was doing. It wasn't like he did research into this kind of thing or had ever expected this kind of thing to happen, but as a teenage boy he'd seen enough of the dirty side of the internet to know roughly what went where and what was expected of him. Even with zero experience, or really all his experience being in what he'd seen in magazines and pawn movies or probably exaggerated stories from his friends, he wanted her to enjoy this first time as well. He had some understanding and knowledge that a girl's first time was usually not nearly as pleasant as a guy's, and he didn't want that for her. Even if it was a one-time thing, he wanted both of them to have a good first encounter that they could look back at with fondness. It took all his control to not totally blow his wad when Ishido's BR had come off and he'd been faced with her bare and very pink melons. There had been so much going on that he'd not really known what to do. Touch her melons. Put his hand down her panties. He seemed to remember that being a common thing that girls in all the media he'd seen had liked, but he wasn't entirely certain where to put it and how to move it once he got it down there. Thankfully, Ishido somehow seemed more knowledgeable with what to do despite her asserting ignorance of previous SXL experience. She'd guided his hand down between her legs and assisted him with where to touch and what to do. He'd adapted quickly to her guidance and was pleased to see that it seemed to have a desired effect on her when her cheeks flushed rosy and her eyes had squeezed shut in what he hoped was pleasure. Kirishima wasn't doubting her reported lack of experience, but was more so just glad that she seemed to know what she liked when it came to her own body. It made everything go much easier. And then before he'd known it was even happening, he was inside that most secret and private of places. Ishido had made the tiniest of grunts which had briefly worried him, but he was quickly overcome by the sensation of her to think about the sound she'd made. The feeling of being surrounded entirely by something other than his own hand was just a thrilling concept, but to actually be surrounded, well, he was completely overtaken in the moment. Hardly one pump later and he was done and mortified since he knew that men were supposed to last longer, weren't they? They did, at least in all the dirty movies he'd seen, but this was a first time, so how was he expected to have the ability to last an incredibly long time when he'd never ever done this kind of thing before? Was he supposed to use his hardening quirk or something but pinpoint it just to his junk? Could he even do that? Feeling a blush wash over him, he'd scooted off of her in embarrassment and then, even more mortified, realized that he'd not even thought about 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. Oh no. What if she got 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏? He didn't think of that. This was bad, really bad. Why are you so red-faced? Was it not good? Ishido had asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Kirishima wasn't even sure how to answer. Why wasn't she more concerned? Ishido, I didn't use a condom. You could get 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏? The word sounded foreign and horrible on his tongue. He was swiftly regretting ever agreeing to this teenage tryst. However, Ishido surprised him by laughing. He had to admit that lying there, totally naked with a light sheen of sweat glistening on her appealing body, was one of the most amazing sights he'd ever seen before. Scratch that, it was the most appealing thing he'd seen. What? I'm on 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏, she said, sitting up to smile at him. 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏. Now he was confused. Why would she be on 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏? Wasn't that for girls who had SEC a lot? As if she could read his thoughts, she clucked her tongue and gave him a sideways glance. Not that it's any of your business, but my were out of control, so to help regulate my I was put on 𝗵𝘃𝗏𝗏 a year ago. So no worries. She paused and looked at him seriously. Was it not good though? Relief had washed over him that he let out a huge sigh. Phew, no, I loved it. I'm just glad we don't have to, worry about that adult stuff, but you were amazing, Ishido. Just recalling their actions from the last few minutes made him excited all over again. He blushed as miniature Red Riot started to stand at attention. Ha, easy there, boy. One time was enough for me, she'd said with a giggle, but then when she'd seen him look away uneasily, quickly added, I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it, I did. You took my guidance really well. I just meant what I said when I said it was a one-time thing. Now it's a secret between us. After having said that, she had leaned onto her knees and held out a pinky finger toward him. Our secret? Kirishima questioned and looked at her extended pinky finger. Yup, our secret, Ishido had agreed. Okay, he'd replied softly and entwined his pinky with hers. That had been how they'd both lost their virginity to each other, and now standing in her cramped little bathroom, he felt both excited to be this close to her and nervous. Had she heard something? Had someone said something? He hadn't breathed a word of it to anyone and many times went out of his way to ignore her or spend large amounts of times with his other friends, and he never mentioned to anyone that they'd gone to middle school together or even knew each other previously. Well, I have it on good authority that you stare at me when we're in class. And why didn't you stare at Uriarika when I pulled up her shirt? Why did you stare at me? She asked, her golden eyes offset by that inky blackness peering deeply into him. Kirishima couldn't meet her gaze. What was he supposed to say? That seeing her flash Uriarika's stomach had made him feel awkward and that the exposure had made him painfully aware that really, all he wanted was to see her bare stomach. Ideally, her whole naked body. He couldn't say that. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 had made it clear that their tryst was a one-time thing and that they were supposed to treat it as such, and to his credit he'd done just that, but he couldn't help that deep down he wanted to do things with her again, proper couple things like going to movies, holding hands, and all that stuff. That was what he wanted, but he respected her too much to push the established dynamic into that. It didn't seem right since she'd been very clear that nothing could change after being together. He would respect that. It was the manly thing to do. Even if he had deeper feelings for her that had only grown as time had gone on, he would continue to ignore those feelings. She didn't need him to be her boyfriend or her lover, she needed him to be her classmate and friend. So that's exactly what he'd do. I did look at her. I just, felt embarrassed, so I looked away from her, Kirishima explained nervously. It was true for the most part. But hey, I can't help if I end up looking at you in class. You're like right in front of me. No, I'm not. I'm in an entirely different row than you. If anything, I'm adjacent to you, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 defended with a huff. Kirishima wasn't entirely certain if she'd used the word adjacent correctly, but he was impressed she'd used it at all. Someone's been paying attention in 𝗧𝗵𝗲 math class, he said proudly. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 rolled her eyes and continued to stare at him. What? I don't stare at you. You are often in my line of sight when we are in class, so I guess it could be seen as staring, but that's not what I'm doing, Kirishima explained quickly. In reality, he did look at her more often than not, though they were just fleeting glances. Well then, don't be so obvious about it, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 suggested, or rather instructed. Okay, I won't look at you when we're in class. Kirishima was starting to regret coming to her room. This was far from the encounter he had hoped for. Good, the pink-haired and pink-skinned girl said quietly and looked away. But hey, if anyone did suspect anything, I think that would have made it round to the boys, 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸, or at least to Mineta. He's like the horniest of horn dogs, so if there was even a whisper of us together or, having been together, he'd be all over it wanting details. He reassured her and patted her shoulder. He instantly regretted the touch since between the close proximity to her, and now even that innocuous touch made him excited. That tracks, she said with a smirk and couldn't help but let out a giggle. Okay, sorry I freaked out, I just got nervous is all. Come on. She slid the bathroom door open and the two quietly exited the cramped space. Back into her room, Kirishima was struck by the scent in the room. It smelled like a mixture of candy and flowers, somehow very 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸. He'd not been in her room since they'd first entered the dorms, and that had just been a brief view of it. Now he was in her room, surrounded by her. That thought alone was enough to make him even more excited. Well, I can see what you thought would happen when you came here, mused 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 with a playful smile. Kirishima followed the direction of her gaze to his crotch and the now relatively obvious bulge there. A blush washed over his face. Yeah, sorry, teenage boy and all, he whispered and turned slightly away from her. Nah, it's all good. I get it. Much to his surprise, she then playfully swatted his behind. His cheeks burned brighter red then. Why was 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 so? Oh, he didn't know what word he wanted to use then. Teasing. Annoying. Irritating. Adorable was the other word that came to mind, but he immediately squashed that thought. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸. He chastised quietly and glared at her. She just grinned at him, her eyes squeezed shut in amusement. Without warning, she leapt toward him and wrapped her arms around his middle, hugging him tightly. Kirishima just about froze in place as she was molded to his Don't ever change, Kirishima, she said, grinning, and then released him. Now go quietly back to your room. Easy for you to say. You're not the one here with a big old 𝗓𝗏 poking out to say hello to everyone I pass by, he thought to himself with a twang of annoyance. 𝐎𝐩𝐼𝐧𝐿 crept toward her door and pressed her ear to it to listen carefully. After a moment of cautious silence, she flipped off her light so that they both stood in darkness and then cracked her door open a sliver. The light from outside poured in, briefly blinding Kirishima, though 𝐎𝐩𝐼𝐧𝐿 seemed unaffected and continued to peek out the crack in the door. "Coast is clear, go," she said quietly and pulled the door open for him to creep out. The second he was outside her door it closed, somehow eerily silent. Moving as stealthily as he could, Kirishima made his way to his room. He thought he was in the clear until he crossed the turn to lead to the boys' portion of the floor and stopped dead as he spotted a cranky-looking Bakugo leaning against his door. "Where you been, moron?" he asked with a sneer. Kirishima did his best to control himself and not blush. "Oh, well, I was. Can it? I don't actually care. You done your homework for the new unit yet?" Bakugo asked gruffly. Breathing a very small sigh of relief that in true Bakugo fashion he didn't actually care where and or what he was doing, he replied, "No, actually. Hadn't quite gotten to it. Did you want to do it together? I could actually use your help reviewing, the parts and stuff." Bakugo rolled his eyes at Kirishima and then pinched his brow in frustration. "You really not put two and two together and realize that they'll likely do a quiz tomorrow? Had Aizawa mentioned that? Had Recovery Girl? Idiot. Of course they'll have a quiz to review the anatomy. Tomorrow they're changing topics by having some idiot wannabe pros talk at us. It's the only thing that makes sense, you dumbass," he explained harshly. "Oh," was all Kirishima managed to say as he couldn't help but agree that Bakugo was probably right. Well, that was a problem since he had only a basic understanding of the major players of both the male and female anatomy. Aside from knowing the location of the PP, testes, and anus, Kirishima was strong-pressed to remember much else of the male side of things. He remembered a bit more of a girl's external anatomy. "Okay, moron, listen up. We're gonna study so you don't flunk out of class tomorrow. Idiot broomhead." Bakugo cursed and frowned angrily at Kirishima, who could only give an embarrassed smile at his friend. "Come on," Bakugo commanded and began to turn away, but then inadvertently caught sight of the not as prominent as it had been bulge in Kirishima's. Kirishima realized what Bakugo was seeing and blushed. Rolling his eyes and wrinkling his nose in disgust, but otherwise unfazed, Bakugo snapped, "Hurry up and go take care of that weird hair, then meet in my room so you can get a passing grade tomorrow." He huffed and then added nastily, "Idiot. See you soon," Kirishima said with forced positivity and then quickly fled into his room. He wasn't even sure that he'd need 𝗵𝗃 since the sheer look of disgust on Bakugo's face and the thought of an upcoming quiz that he was grossly unprepared for was enough to make even the most persistent 𝗔𝗫 go soft. While he was always grateful for Bakugo's help, he always felt like it was a torture session any time he did study with him. Bakugo grasped things instantly, whereas Kirishima felt like it took him years to learn the most basic of things. Perhaps that was just because Bakugo was his study partner though. As Kirishima managed to calm down, he absently wondered if Bakugo ever got flustered about SEC stuff or if he even thought about that kind of thing. It really seemed that all his friend was interested in was being the best and possibly murdering villains as well. "Okay, time to study," Kirishima reassured himself and then headed out of his room toward Bakugo's, knowing full well that he was about to enter a torture chamber of education and judgment. But guest speakers are the worst. The day had been a relatively slow grind and every class she sat through seemed to drag painfully. Thankfully, she didn't have her work study tonight and she didn't think Deku did either, so maybe that meant that they could talk more. Thinking of Deku made a soft blush blossom over her cheeks. She wanted to look over at him but didn't. Just as he'd suggested, she'd slept on whatever feelings they'd had last night, and just as she'd expected, her feelings were unchanged. She could understand his thinking that perhaps they were just experiencing confusing emotions associated with the last few days, but deep down she knew that it was more than that. From the first moment she'd seen him outside the entrance test for UA, about to fall flat on his face, to every moment in between, she'd admired and liked him. When that friendly liking turned into a deeper thing though, she wasn't sure when that had started. She'd attempted to squash those feelings when they'd done their licensing exam and she'd succeeded to some extent, but they still remained. Feelings didn't just go away because you willed them to, especially when the subject of those feelings was around her all the time. Then something about Mina flashing him and her walking in on him. Something in that had ripped those feelings wide open and now they refused to be ignored. The morning had been relatively uneventful aside from her having butterflies dancing about in her belly whenever she caught sight of Deku. To Deku's credit, he acted mostly normal, though his voice did seem to elevate a hair whenever she walked by and a rosy little flush was visible on his cheeks. Even now when they did catch each other's eyes, she swore his eyes got big and a blush dotted his cheeks. They were most definitely going to have to talk again later today, but what would they talk about? She wasn't entirely sure he wanted to move forward or change the nature of their relationship. Ochako had sensed some unresolved tension in him when they'd spoken last night. She understood at least some of it. Was being more than friends really a good idea? Yes, a secret and shy little voice whispered deep inside her. She felt her cheeks burn red at that thought and tried to distract herself by listening to Recovery Girl drone on about the horrors of unprotected SXL 𝗫𝗏𝗧𝗏. They'd had a dreadful quiz to start off the lesson that had been awkward and unpleasant. Thankfully Ochako had done a bit of studying, so she felt confident that she'd at least be able to get a passing grade. After the quiz had ended though, Recovery Girl had started a long-winded lecture into all things sexually bad that could be transmitted, sexually speaking. Ochako wondered why they weren't moving to the detailed anatomy of the reproductive system or the science of SXL reproduction, since that would be the next logical step after learning cursory anatomy. Yet, that was not what was happening. She could have sworn that Recovery Girl had mentioned that they'd have guest speakers today. Pros, supposedly, but she'd seen neither hide nor hair of any rumored pro guest speakers. This is why if engaging in SXL activity, whether it be penetrative vaginal or anal NTRCRS or ORL-SEC, some sort of barrier method is preferred. Aside from abstinence, it is the best method to prevent the transmission of diseases, Recovery Girl said seriously. She paused, looked down at the watch on her wrist, then added, "All right class, I'd like you all to welcome the number 2 and number 5 heroes, 𝗏𝗄𝐻 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏, as your guest speakers." At the mention of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's name, Ochako could clearly hear Mineta make a loud gasp. She guessed that that was one of the female heroes he'd wanted and hoped to have guest lecture. Ochako also noted that several of the girls seemed to take notice at Recovery Girl's mention of 𝗏𝗄𝐻. Makes sense, thought Ochako, thinking of the winged hero and his carefree attitude along with his sandy hair, golden eyes, and playful nature. He was sure to be a heartthrob to everyone. She wondered if even his protégé, Tokoyami, had a little crush on him. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and 𝗏𝗄𝐻 both entered the room then. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 wearing her usual white and purple leotard, her stark white hair and rabbit ears almost painfully contrasted to her dark skin. 𝗏𝗄𝐻 followed behind her, wings almost catching on the frame of the door. Ochako saw a few loose red feathers dust off of him and wondered if he was aware of those falling feathers and could summon them back to him at will. "Hey," 𝗵𝗃𝗏 said with a ferocious grin and stood at the front of the class with her hands on her hips. 𝗏𝗄𝐻 stood casually at her side, hands in his pockets, yellow glasses pushed up on his forehead. "So cool," thought Ochako, fangirling just a little bit. "Hey there," he said in that oh-so-cool voice of his. Ochako swore that there was a collective sigh from all the girls in the class. They've graciously taken time out of their busy schedules to talk to you all about the dangers of super sexually transmitted infections within the super powered community, Recovery Girl added and moved to sit at the desk at the front of the class. Uraraka wondered if Mr. Aizawa was still back there behind the desk and if Recovery Girl had simply walked over or on him. The rabbit hero had her hands on her hips and seemed to look over the class with an expression that made Ochako think of a lioness hunting on the savannah. "So, the Hero Safety Commission said we had to come talk to?" 𝗏𝗄𝐻 cut her off and playfully jabbed her in the ribs. "Huh, come on now 𝗵𝗃𝗏, the Hero Safety Commission suggested that we visit some of these promising up-and-coming heroes. So here we are," 𝗏𝗄𝐻 said with a smile and a very, very brief side eye at the number 5 hero. Snorted Bakugo from across the room. Ochako looked over at him. He was in his usual uninterested posture, leaned back in his chair, scowl on his face. "Ah, if it isn't my one-time murderous kid pal, Bakugo," 𝗵𝗃𝗏 said with a wicked smile directed at Bakugo. Uraraka recalled that she, Deku, and Bakugo had briefly teamed up with 𝗵𝗃𝗏 for half a day and that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 had seemed quite pleased with Bakugo's intense murder aura. 𝗵𝘃𝐲 seemed unmoved. Real heroes don't waste their time talking about this CRP, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 said sharply and then rocked forward in his seat, his crimson eyes now wide and savage. They spend it on the streets hunting down the villains. He practically snarled the last word. Kaken, Deku said, alarmed at 𝗵𝘃𝐲's sassy quip. Shut up, Deku. They didn't come here because they wanted to chat. They came here because somebody told them to. Meanwhile, the villains are out there doing whatever the hell they want. Might as well take care of him myself, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 exclaimed, nearly shouting. The intensity in his eyes had increased dramatically, and Uraraka genuinely thought that he might fire off an explosion, despite being in class. I love the murderous intent, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 said, something akin to pride in her voice. Ochako highly doubted that any of 𝗵𝘃𝐲's brash and aggressive behavior could be attributed to influencing 𝗵𝘃𝐲. He came that way long before ever meeting the rabbit hero. Looking between the two of them, she thought that those two seemed like two strange peas in a pod. The rabbit hero was clearly excited by 𝗵𝘃𝐲's words. That much was clear, as Uraraka took in her poised to strike stance, her long rabbit ears tilted forward as if to detect a threat, red eyes focused and savage, her smile somehow the female twin of 𝗵𝘃𝐲's. 𝗵𝘃𝐲, come on, we agreed, Hawks muttered softly and grabbed one of her flexed biceps as if to restrain her from lunging forward at 𝗵𝘃𝐲 or any of the students for that matter. 𝗵𝘃𝐲 looked as if she might 𝐎𝐸 her arm free of Hawk's grip, but after a moment's pause relaxed and returned to her previous posture, hands on her hips. We've been asked by the Hero Safety Commission to talk about some of the super SEC bugs in the superpowered community, and the difficulty they cause. Hawks began with a forced smile. Clearly, he wasn't exactly keen on this little event, either. Sexually transmitted infections, or please, corrected recovery girl. My bad, Hawks said with a carefree shrug. All the girls in the class seemed to get glassy-eyed at Hawks' boyish charm. So listen up. In the superpowered world there's some bad bugs out there, began 𝗵𝘃𝐲 with a tone that brokered no questions. Sexually transmitted INF, recovery began to correct. Yeah, they get it. As you little pipsqueaks get older, you're gonna do pro-hero stuff, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 continued with that same ferocious grin on her face. Please, tell me more about the pro stuff you do, Mineta purred from behind Deku. Ochako shot a shocked look at the pint-sized licentious boy. What is wrong with him? Why attract 𝗵𝘃𝐲's attention with a question like that? 𝗵𝘃𝐲 was so much bigger and stronger than the little round deviant that Ochako was certain that if 𝗵𝘃𝐲 gave even one feral murder glare that Mineta would be struck dead. Well, aren't you eager? 𝗵𝘃𝐲 said with a laugh that somehow sounded predatory. Before anyone could even blink, she'd leapt through the air to land with pinpoint precision in a couched position on Mineta's desk. Mineta stared wide-eyed at the rabbit hero, crouched not unlike an actual rabbit on his desk, just mere centimeters from his hands. Given the little creep's short stature, his face was almost perfectly aligned with 𝗵𝘃𝐲's crotch, which was now up front and center thanks to her crouched position. To Mineta it was a moment sent from heaven. However, to everyone else, it looked almost like 𝗵𝘃𝐲 was some sort of jungle cat eyeing up a troublesome rodent that was completely unaware that they were being actively stalked. Think he's the 𝗬𝗪 of his horniness, now? Uraraka heard Kaminari mutter to Kirishima and couldn't help but blush at hearing their conversation, not knowing the context of such a statement. 𝗵𝘃𝐲, Hawks said in a warning tone from the front of the room. As I was saying, superbugs in the community are a real problem that definitely needs squashing, 𝗵𝘃𝐲 practically growled, completely ignoring Hawks. Ochako swore that 𝗵𝘃𝐲's irises and pupils had doubled in size as she eyed the quite possibly drooling over the current situation, Mineta. She wondered if perhaps 𝗵𝘃𝐲 shouldn't be labeled as a rabbit hero but maybe more suited to be called some kind of huntress hero because the way she was looking at Mineta made it seem like she was about to swallow him in one whole bite. Though honestly, she wasn't sure that Mineta would mind that. Please excuse our classmate's behavior, rabbit hero, 𝗵𝘃𝐲. As class representative, I apologize for his disruptive behavior. Ida suddenly interrupted, calling attention to himself. 𝗵𝘃𝐲's gaze shifted from Mineta toward Ida, who was standing up and bowing slightly in apology. Her ears flicked a bit and her little pom-pom of a tail twitched, accidentally hitting Midoriya in the nose, who'd been turned around to stare at 𝗵𝘃𝐲 on Mineta's desk. Achoo, Deku sneezed, 𝗵𝘃𝐲's fluffy pom-pom still in his nose. My bad, kid, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said, looking back at Deku's blushing face and now watering eyes. Without missing a beat, she deftly leapt backwards off Minatta's desk, flipping through the air to land back at Hawk's side. Thanks for the save there, class rep. That little 𝗬𝗬𝗧𝗏 didn't know what he was in for. 𝗵𝗃𝗀 laughed. Again, Hawks began this time with clear frustration. The Hero Safety Commission has asked us to come talk to you about the very real issue of SSTIs in the world we live in and how they can impact everyone, not just heroes. Ida had sat back down and was now paying attention to what Hawks was saying. Deku had also turned back around and was also paying proper attention now. Minatta, however, was just staring at the spot 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had been on his desk, his eyes wide and glittering. I'll worship this desk every day from now on, he muttered to himself, and with a clearly trembling hand, touched the spot where just minutes before 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had been crouched. Her lady bits were right here. He marveled, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Minatta, Deku chided quietly, hoping not to attract the attention of 𝗵𝗃𝗀 after what had happened previously. Shut it, you squishy little perv. Bakugo snapped, not bothering to even lower the volume of his voice. 𝗵𝗃𝗀's eyes snapped over toward Bakugo, Minatta, and Midoriya, and they narrowed. Ochako felt nervous for them even from all the way across the classroom. Despite 𝗵𝗃𝗀's narrowed eyes, she didn't make any motion this time to pounce on the little deviant. At 𝗵𝗃𝗀's side, however, Hawks did seem to take note of the interaction, and his eyes also narrowed in what Uraraka assumed was annoyance. Obviously, the Hero Safety Commission had instructed them to come and guest speak to the class today, regardless if they wanted to or not, and clearly, they weren't all that interested in doing this guest speaking. Continuous interruptions weren't exactly making their job easier. For the next 20 minutes, Hawks and 𝗵𝗃𝗀 detailed some facts about super sexually transmitted infections and about how they'd seen the hero community personally affected by it. Hawks briefly highlighted on abstinence and barrier methods in terms of safe SSE, while 𝗵𝗃𝗀 encouraged open conversation between SXL partners about their history and the ease with which testing was available and encouraged. After they finished their lecture, they opened up the topic for discussion, with little to no response from the class. However, Minatta did raise his hand, and even though Hawks looked physically pained to ask him for his question, he did anyway. Can you, 𝗵𝗃𝗀, perhaps demonstrate the proper way to put on a condom? Minatta asked, his voice high with anticipation and excitement. In an even quieter voice, but nowhere near quiet enough to escape the rabbit's ears, he whispered, with your mouth? Really? Hawks puffed out and sighed heavily. Minatta, that will be taught later, by Recovery Girl, began only to have 𝗵𝗃𝗀 interrupt. Bold of you to ask, ball boy, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said, and her lips? While Minatta saw her lips as 𝐶C, the rest of the class, except Bakugo, who was too busy smirking at her ball boy comment, couldn't help but see it as an ominous gesture. Minatta's eyes were big and bright as he stared at 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and said in an odd voice, all the best boys are ball boys. 𝗵𝗃𝗀, Hawks began again with an undertone of warning in his voice, but that did not stop 𝗵𝗃𝗀 from once again leaping through the air with impressive physical prowess. She was so fast in the air that she briefly reached out and brushed a playful gloved hand over Bakugo's spiky blonde hair before dropping a savage Luna fall onto Minatta's desk. It certainly wasn't a full-powered Luna fall, that probably would have gone through the floor, but it was powerful enough to crush Minatta's desk and snap it in two. As she landed and the desk broke in two and Minatta stared in despair at his ruined desk, his newest prized possession now destroyed, did she lean over and eye him with naughty eyes and said, sorry kid, I'm fresh out of I'm sure the old lady can show you personally. Minatta just stared at her, his face somehow caught between awe at her being this close to him and sorrow at his ruined desk. Ha, dumbass. Bakugo chuckled darkly from further up the row of seats, a legit smile on his face. Meanwhile, Deku was silent. Once again 𝗵𝗃𝗀's pom-pom of a tail was in his face, tickling his nose. Across the room, Ochako just stared at the scene. This certainly hadn't been the kind of lesson she'd been expecting. Looking around the class, she thought everyone probably felt the same. Except maybe Bakugo, who seemed to be enjoying Minatta's suffering far too much. Well, that's quite enough, Recovery Girl said with a frown. Hawks was pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. This is why I can't take you anywhere, he murmured in frustration. Thank you, Hawks and 𝗵𝗃𝗀, Mr. Aizawa suddenly added, rising up in his sleeping bag from behind Recovery Girl. He looked no less rested but perhaps more irritated than earlier in the day. "I expect you or the Safety Commission to replace that desk by tomorrow." The tone begged no arguing. "No problem, Teach," 𝗵𝗃𝗀 said with a smirk and turned away from the still dumbstruck Mineta and made her way back to the front of the class. "Hope you tiny tykes learn some things today." She leaned one muscular arm onto Hawk's shoulder and looked out proudly over the class. Bakugo apparently took offense at being called a tiny tyke as he growled and said, "Speak for yourself, rabbit." "All I learned was that you like to make idiots like him," gesturing backwards at Mineta, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗔. Just as Bakugo finished speaking, Hawks turned toward 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and attempted to grab her, knowing that she'd be spurred into action by his words, but was a second too late as she literally hopped away like a rabbit, up and over 𝐎𝐩𝐬𝐚𝐸's desk, this time to land on Bakugo's desk. Uraraka watched tensely, wondering if Bakugo was now about to have his desk smashed as well. Her eyes darted toward Mr. Izuocha. Would he take away her quirk? But did that even matter? 𝗵𝗃𝗀's raw strength was so powerful that Ochako doubted that even with her quirk erased that she'd be stopped from smashing anything in her way. Close enough to feel her breath on his face and eyeing Bakugo like he was a small and defenseless animal. A strange paradox considering the quirks of both individuals. "Love your spark, my fiery friend." Then, just as quickly as she'd landed on his desk, she gracefully backflipped away to the front of the class. "Well, we'll be going. See ya." 𝗵𝗃𝗀 gave a wink and a thumbs up at the students and then strutted toward the exit. Ochako watched the exchange with some surprise, moderately impressed that 𝗵𝗃𝗀 hadn't chosen to smash the explosive boy's desk. Perhaps she was leery of his quirk and didn't want to have the classroom completely destroyed. She was briefly confused when she glanced at Bakugo and noticed that his usual smug or annoyed face looked, flustered. No, that didn't seem right. She'd never seen Bakugo give that expression before. Had 𝗵𝗃𝗀 really flustered him or frightened him? That seemed unlikely. There was just a hint of rosiness in his cheeks, and she wondered if 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had managed to make even the constantly annoyed Bakugo blush. Hawks sighed, bowed in apology and said, "Sorry for her, she can get a little carried away sometimes. Good luck, kids." Then he too made his way out of the class to follow 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Uraraka wasn't certain, but she thought she heard hushed angry voices outside the classroom and wondered if Hawks was having an angry talk with the rabbit hero. She somehow imagined that that conversation wouldn't really get anywhere. "Now class, take what you've learned from Recovery Girl and prepare for an in-depth lecture on what she has planned for tomorrow," Mr. Izuocha said tiredly and dismissed them. The class started to thin out, though poor Mineta continued to stare at his destroyed desk as Mr. Izuocha was headed his way. Ochako decided she didn't want to hear whatever that lecture was going to be and quickly gathered her books and left the room. Deku followed behind her a moment later. He picked up his pace a little so he could walk at her side. The two walked quietly down the hall, silently exchanging their slippers for their proper shoes. Once outside they continued walking silently toward their dorm. "Weird class, huh?" Deku murmured softly, obviously trying to make conversation. "Yeah, I'm guessing those two don't usually work together or do that kind of thing," Ochako mused. "No, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 is a new breed of hero. She never teams up with anyone really, and refuses to have an agency. I think she reminds me a bit of Kaken," Deku said thoughtfully. Ochako thought about that for a moment. She couldn't help but smile at his words. She'd had those same thoughts just a little while ago. Maybe when Bakugo goes pro, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 will actually be willing to team up with him. They can start an agency together. Ochako said cheerfully, thinking of the murderous rabbit and the fiery explosive boy working together. The world might not survive a pairing with those two, but then again, neither would any villains. I don't think that would happen. I don't think Kaken would be willing to team up with her or vice versa, Deku said with a chuckle. Silence reigned between them again as they continued walking. Ochako shot a nervous glance at Deku and wondered what would happen between them. The weekend was coming up, which meant that she'd not see Deku until early Monday morning since he'd be doing his work study all that time. There just wasn't enough time. "Deku," she began nervously and then stopped and closed her eyes. Her heart began a little harder in her feet and her stomach started to nervously flip-flop. "Yes, Uraraka?" Deku asked, also stopping. With her heart continuing to beat faster and faster, Uraraka struggled to form the words she wanted to say to him. Once again, she felt that nervous energy in her belly that meant that she was at great risk of inadvertently activating her quirk and floating away. That would be just great. I slept on it, Deku, and things didn't change, she said softly, opening her eyes but unable to meet his gaze and uncertain if he was even looking at her. Oh, Deku murmured, and Uraraka felt her anxiety reach a whole new level at hearing that one-worded reply. Did they change for you? She asked nervously. There was a pause and then silence. Ochako felt like her face might be about to ignite with how strong she was blushing, and even though she hadn't overused her quirk, or even used it, she thought she might be at risk of throwing up from the anxiety. No, Deku said so quietly that she almost missed it. She raised her eyes to his face to see that he was blushing furiously and not looking at her. No, she asked, something gleeful and excited creeping up her throat and threatening to explode. This time Deku did look at her, his cheeks flushed. I still want to hold your hand, and I like the idea of being able to hold it whenever I want, or to, hug you sometimes. A high-pitched sound that couldn't really be described as anything other than perhaps an extremely excited "yay" escaped from Uraraka's lips, and she smiled from ear to ear. His feelings hadn't changed. And he wanted to hold her hand and even hug her. Really? I want to hold your hand too. Uraraka practically yipped in excitement. Both hands on her cheeks in excitement, she surged forward, wanting to throw her arms around him and to grant his wish to hug her. Her belly felt like it was full of butterflies and glitter, so much that she didn't even realize that her fingertips had taken on their distinct pink glow when her quirk activated. Uraraka, where are you going? You're floating. Came Deku's cry of alarm as Uraraka also realized that in her excitement she had done exactly what she hadn't intended on doing, activated her quirk. However, even as she realized she was floating, she felt too elated to stop or to try to control herself. She was already starting to float upside down and away. Deku grabbed for her and missed. He jumped to try and get a hold of her arm, but she'd already floated above his capacity for a non-quirk power jump. Oops, guess I should try to calm down and release myself, Uraraka thought to herself, finally able to gain some control over her excitability. Below her, Deku prepared to jump into the air using one for all to catch her when, much to his surprise, a foreign hand extended and managed to grab just the edge of her sleeve and start to tug her down. Deku immediately halted and looked for the owner of the hand and was almost stunned stupid when he saw that it was Kaken. Ochako watched as the spiky-haired, red-eyed cranky boy reached up and with superior height and reach, caught her, and began tugging her down. He moved his grip from her sleeve to her wrist to get a more secure grip. He also seemed acutely cautious of her hand and fingers, clearly not wanting to be subject to her quirk's effects. She was both surprised and alarmed at him helping her. Bakugo made quick work of pulling Uraraka down to the ground for her to safely return herself to being weighted. Thank you, Uraraka said once she was safely back on the ground. Kaken, thank you. I was about to use my quirk to get her, but you got to her first. Deku exclaimed with a smile, clearly impressed and pleased at Bakugo's willingness to help. Shut up, nerd. Bakugo snapped with murderous eyes, then shot Uraraka an equally venomous glare. And you, learn how to control your stupid quirk. F***ing idiots, he said with a scowl and then began trudging away from them. Deku and Uraraka watched him walk away, still surprised at him stepping in to help either of them. Smiling, Deku said, he's going to make such an awesome hero. Uraraka couldn't help but smile at Deku's positivity. Her stomach flip-flopped as she looked at him, and she shot a nervous glance in all directions. Deku, do you want to hold hands now? She asked quietly and looked away, trying to hide the blush in her cheeks. There was a pause and then very softly, yeah, I'd like that. With no one else in sight, the two entwined their hands and began to slowly walk toward their dorm, both blushing furiously but inwardly their hearts singing with excitement. The pint-sized pervert sees something unexpected unbeknownst to both Deku and Uraraka. There had been another set of eyes that had seen their little exchange and the couple depart with hands entwined. He'd been delayed in getting out of class because Mr. Aizawa had to talk to him about his desk, a most disastrous turn of events in that it had been destroyed by that hot babe Mirko and her fiery temper, and that had allowed him to bear witness to the curious little exchange. As he had left the classroom after everyone else had left, he'd also run into 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, who'd been leaving the bathroom, looking particularly foul. It had knocked him totally over and onto his rear. Mineta had planned to say something saucy to whoever he ran into, but when he realized it was the blonde that everyone feared, he'd kept his mouth sealed shut. Midoriya might be able to tolerate explosions to the face, but he most certainly didn't want to. "Get out of the way, ball boy," he'd snapped at the diminutive boy. At the use of Mirko's term for him, he couldn't help but get rosy-cheeked, recalling their encounter and how close he'd been to her, all of her. "It is a good nickname. Glad she gave it to me," Mineta murmured, his eyes now far away, lost in memory of those thick, appealing thighs. Oh, he ached to know what it felt like to be brushed between those two beauties. Whilst not paying any attention to 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀, Mineta was completely unaware of 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's quickly rising fury at his words. To him, he was just replaying that wondrous moment of Mirko landing in a squatting position on his desk and the front row seat he'd had. "Shut it, you little creep." As if the rabbit would hesitate to pop your head off had she not been some bullshit guest speaker for that stupid class. "You're lucky all she did was smash your desk," 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 spat, his voice acidic. "I would have blown your pervy little butt into the next world." Drawn out of his memories by 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's hot temper, Mineta didn't doubt the validity of his words. He seemed especially worked up too. Mineta took in 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's large pupils, enraged expression, his aggressive stance over the diminutive up-and coming hero, and recalled his exit from the toilet that had started this whole encounter. He'd looked especially cranky when leaving the toilet, or perhaps frustrated, but then again 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's baseline expression seemed to anger or some other negative sentiment. A new idea suddenly bloomed in Mineta's mind, and even though he knew it might cost him his life, he couldn't help but smile. "It takes one to know one," thought Mineta with that devious little smile on his face. When 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 had seen the smile on Mineta's lips, his face had contorted to new levels of fury. "What the F are you smiling at?" 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 grabbed the collar of Mineta's shirt and pulled him up and into his face, ready to put one of those oh-so-dangerous murder palms in his face. Mineta could practically smell the beginnings of smoke and fire and knew that he was about to get an explosion to the face if he didn't choose his next words carefully. Nothing at all," he chirped, though the smile had been stubbornly resistant and stayed on his face. Deep down he was chortling in laughter. "I know why you're so bothered. I know why you're off, oh I know." "Then stop smiling, you idiot." 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 snapped and aggressively released Mineta. He shot him one more nasty look and then stormed off toward the exit. Mineta had watched him go and had continued to smile, unable to help himself, now that he knew 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 was a teenage boy just like the rest of them. While his quirk was the pop-off sticky ball that he could produce and use at will, Mineta secretly thought that he had a secret second quirk. He had an uncanny sixth sense for detecting when someone had masturbated. Like a bloodhound, he could seek out any conversation regarding hot girls or SXL things usually within a mile radius of him. This sixth sense for all things SXL, or perhaps the more apt term would be perverted, had convinced Mineta that he did in fact possess at least two quirks. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀's delayed exit from school to detour to the bathroom could only be one thing. He'd stopped there to rub one out. Mineta was certain of it. How could he not when the rabbit hero had practically stroked his head with her hand and had graced him with her presence on his desk, and she'd not chosen to destroy it? It also explained his ornery disposition with him. Of course, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 was always irritable, but this level of hostility wasn't usually common. If Deku had been around, that would have made more sense. To Mineta, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 seemed to have extra spite for the green-haired boy. It was weird, but he hadn't been anywhere near them, and yet 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀 had raged at him. It makes perfect sense that 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 would be after a wank. That type probably rarely even has to partake in the joys of self-love because they're so gross, can hardly even think it, asexual, but occasionally even someone like him would feel the need. Mirko is probably the perfect catalyst to his SXL awakening. A true beast would be what it takes to make someone like 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 get a HRD on. The fact that it was bad enough that he had to address it probably made him even angrier. SLV to even he is, Mineta thought with a devious, knowing smile. Yes, he had it all figured out. He supposed he could feel jealous that Mirko had paid some attention to 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗀𝗀 as well, but he wasn't She'd chosen to destroy his desk after all, that counted for something. Feeling proud that he'd figured out something he was certain 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 would be murderously mortified that he knew, he confidently had walked toward the exit. However, just as he was about to leave the school, he stopped where he was and took in the scene just outside. Deku was crouched down, as if he were about to jump into the air. 𝗬𝗏𝗏 was floating upside down in the air, and much to his surprise, 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 stood between them, one hand extended and grabbing 𝗬𝗏𝗏's sleeve. He watched as the spiky-haired boy pulled the rosy-cheeked girl back down to earth. Mineta cracked the school door open just a fraction so that he could overhear what was happening. I was about to use my quirk to get her, but you got to her first. Deku had exclaimed with a bright smile on his face. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 just looked annoyed. Shut up, nerd. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 had snapped with murderous eyes, then turned toward 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and said, and you, learn how to control your stupid quirk. Effing idiots. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗏 trudged away. Mineta's gaze shifted from him to both Deku and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Smiling, Deku said, he's going to make such an awesome hero. More like an awesome murderer of villains, thought Mineta to himself. Deku, do you want to hold hands now? 𝗬𝗏𝗏 said, surprising him. His jaw practically fell to the floor and he outright stared. He watched in shock as Deku nervously scratched the back of his head and then replied, softly enough that Mineta had to lean his ear right up to the crack in the door, yeah, I'd like that. Both 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Deku then proceeded to walk toward their dorm, hands entwined. Mineta continued to stare in disbelieving shock. Once they were out of sight, he exited the school and stared off in the direction of the dorm. Midoriya, you sneaky b***, Mineta mused with a mixture of pride and disbelief coloring his face. So that was why he'd looked so tired a few days ago. He'd been up with 𝗬𝗏𝗏. And it was why he'd run out of class and she'd run after him. Oh, this was just too juicy. A new thought dawned on Mineta as he realized that this could very well mean that Midoriya had gotten to second or third base, or, a home run. How is it possible that Midoriya could get farther along with a girl before me? He can barely talk to the girls if it's about anything other than hero stuff. Mineta marveled quietly. It didn't make sense. Of all people, Midoriya. But as he thought about it, it did make some sense. Mineta thought back to how chummy 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Midoriya had always been. In fact, most of the girls seemed to like him. Midoriya usually got along with everyone, the boys and the girls, but he was so hero-focused. No. There was no way that Midoriya was somehow secretly a Casanova and able to woo their classmates. He wasn't even all that good-looking. His hair was always a mess, he had those stupid freckles. Everyone knew freckles only looked good on girls. He didn't have a particularly manly voice, though he himself didn't have some suave 𝐶𝐶 voice either. His quirk wasn't particularly flashy or cool. He was obnoxiously obsessed with All Might. His tie was never tied right. He always wore those ugly dumb red shoes. His right arm and hand were covered in scars. He was often muttering to himself when he became focused on something. He took too many notes. He wasn't even tall. Of all the boys to get a girlfriend or make progress with a girl, it should not be Midoriya. The memory of Mirko's bunny tail and sweet 𝐶𝐶 but in Deku's face suddenly filled Mineta's mind. He practically broke out crying at recalling that. He'd been too focused on her being in his face and on his desk that he'd barely registered her but being in Midoriya's face. It wasn't fair. How could this happen? Mineta crossed his arms spitefully. He made no movement to return to their dorm despite the setting sun. Maybe it's just Midoriya and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Maybe he hasn't gotten to the other girls, Mineta thought to himself but still cringed. Even if he hasn't gotten to the other babes, he's still getting some kind of action with 𝗬𝗏𝗏. I gotta get to the bottom of this and fast. Mineta charged forward but abruptly halted. He would have to be careful about this. He wouldn't be able to ask Midoriya directly since he figured that it was highly likely that Midoriya would deflect and deny any carnal knowledge. If he wanted to know what Deku had done, how far he'd gotten, he'd have to be cautious and clever. Neither were his strong suit. Perhaps he needed to involve someone else, someone who could be a bit craftier and more surreptitious than he was able to be. But who? He murmured to himself and thought over their classmates. He wasn't sure who would actually be willing to assist him in getting Midoriya to spill. His mind initially went to Kaminari, Zero, and Kirishima, but then he shook that off. Kaminari definitely lacked an ability to be clever and quiet, as did Siro, and Kirishima would almost certainly dismiss such behavior as less than manly. Most of the other boys were out too. Midoriya might be willing to discuss things of that nature with someone he was close to, like Todoroki, but Mineta knew that that was a lost cause. That boy lacked any guile and was far too literal to sneak around and dig up Midoriya's secrets. Midoriya seemed close. Well, close was the best term he could come up with, sort of friends with Bakugo, but he was extremely skeptical that Midoriya would ever confess such a thing to him or that Bakugo would even be willing to listen. Basically, all the boys weren't an option and almost all the girls would probably say no too. It's not like he could rely on one of the teachers to dig around for information. Suddenly a dark-eyed, pink-haired girl's face came into his mind and he knew who might be able to help him. He wasn't certain that she'd even agree to help since he was an established pervert, but he knew she liked to be in on secrets like that. Plus, going at it from Midoriya might not yield any information, but if one of Uraraka's friends inquired enough she might spill, and if she spilled then Midoriya would probably also cave. It was the perfect plan. All he had to do was convince Ishido of his discovery and then try to get her to assist him in finding out just how far innocent little Midoriya and Uraraka had actually gotten. Because of the two of them, yeah, I bet she's into the freaky stuff, Mineta murmured to himself deviously. Invention of the term. By the time Uraraka and Deku got back to the dorm it had gotten a bit colder. Deku had noted that Uraraka hadn't worn her brown wool coat and had quietly worried over her temperature. She didn't look like she was shivering, but he felt like she must be cold. Her hand in his didn't feel cold and her cheeks were rosy as ever, but still he worried. As they approached the front door of their dorm they stopped and faced one another. With their hands still entwined he was uncertain if they should go in holding hands or go in like they had any other time. Did they want everyone to know about what was going on? He wasn't sure he wanted that. Why not? A small voice asked inside him and he struggled to think of exactly why he wouldn't want that. However, any progress on knowing why was halted by Uraraka speaking. Maybe we shouldn't tell the others, or well, maybe we should keep it to ourselves. I don't want anyone to make a big deal over, us holding hands. Her voice had sped up at the end of her sentence and she was blushing much harder now. But what even would they be telling the others? That they'd decided to hold hands every now and then. That Uraraka had been excited to hug him, that she'd floated up and away. That he'd masturbated with her on his mind. He shied away from that thought and again wondered what they would be telling the others. Were they dating? Were they a couple? What did that even mean? What did couples actually do? I think that might not be a bad idea, at least, he paused uncertain how to proceed. At least until we know exactly what we'd be telling them. Uraraka nodded in agreement, which was a bit of a relief. Though even as that relief passed through him, he wondered why Uraraka didn't want anyone to know, but again that raised the questions of what exactly it was that others should know about. Right? She began and looked down anxiously at their entwined hands. She slowly removed her hand from his and faced the door. Deku was immediately struck by how empty his hand now felt, but also how sweaty it was. Oh no. I had sweaty palms. Was it that sweaty this whole time? Did she want to stop holding hands with me because my hand was too sweaty? Is she grossed out? Was her hand sweaty? All these anxieties plagued him as she opened the door and stepped inside. He followed woodenly behind her, still lost in thought that she might very well be repulsed by his horribly sweaty hands. Upon entering their dorm, he also suddenly felt very visible and aware of having just held hands with Uraraka. Was it just him, or was everyone staring at them as they entered the common room? Did he leave handprints on Uraraka's palm that screamed, "Izuku Midoriya was here"? "Ochako," called Tsu from the couch. She hopped her way over to Uraraka, who smiled in greeting. "Hey Tsu," she chimed cheerfully. Deku still felt like he must be red-faced, excessively sweaty, and somehow guilty-looking, though no one seemed to pay him much attention. "Did you want to go over some of the classwork? I could use some help, Ribbit," Tsu asked, her tongue just poking out of her mouth. "Sure, just let me," she began until 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 was suddenly at her side with a big grin on her face. "We're going to have another study session tonight. We can do it all then. But dinner is soon, so come on." 𝐒𝐬𝐻𝐼 exclaimed and pulled 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 and 𝗬𝗂 away. Deku was left standing alone and staring after the girls. Uraraka shot one glance over her shoulder, something akin to apology in her eyes. Deku slowly started to trudge forward. He needed to drop off his bag and change out of his school clothes. As he ascended the stairs he passed by Bakugo and suddenly remembered that it had been several days since they last trained together with Black 𝗵𝘃𝗄. He knew that All Might would likely be available if he sent him a text asking for his help. "Hey Kakin," began Deku somewhat nervously. "Yeah, spit it out nerd," snapped Bakugo without looking at him. He seemed utterly bored while somehow also appearing very irritable. "After dinner, do you want to do some training with Black 𝗵𝘃𝗄? You mean more of you failing and explosions in your face?" "Whatever," he said with a shrug and continued down the stairs. He had hardly said anything that mean to him. What an improvement. Deku practically floated the rest of the way up the stairs. Kakin must have really been in a good mood to have helped out Uraraka earlier and to agree to train Black 𝗵𝘃𝗄 without even an insult. After changing out of his clothes and putting away his backpack, Deku went back down the stairs to dinner. He briefly noted that Mineta had arrived at some point and wondered where he'd been. Had he still been in the school? He vaguely recalled Mineta hanging back to speak with Mr. Aizawa. At that thought he had a brief cold shock of fear run through him. Had he seen anything? But wait, what was there to see? All they'd done was hold hands, and that wasn't really all that peculiar, was it? However, as Deku got his food and took a seat at the table, the diminutive boy didn't even spare him a glance and behaved like he'd normally behave on any other day. That was at least a relief, though something about it still made Deku uneasy. Again he asked himself why it would even matter if Mineta saw he and Uraraka holding. He'd eaten his dinner quietly and kept mostly to himself, only speaking a few times when spoken to. Izuku was mostly lost in his own thoughts until someone called his name and he was pulled from his inner thoughts to the present. Kaminari sat across from him and looked at him expectantly. Sorry, guess I missed that. What did you ask?" Deku asked with an embarrassed and apologetic smile. "Sheesh Midoriya, I would have thought you'd be paying more attention," Kaminari said as he continued to shovel soba noodles into his mouth. "What I asked was what was it like to have the number 5 sweet rear in your face? Her tail basically in your mouth." Deku broke out in a bright red flush at that question as he recalled the whole encounter. It had been awkward to say the least. Not only had he had to bear close witness to Mienta being pervy and Mirko's response to said perversion, her bottom, albeit extremely well-toned and attractive bottom, was basically right in his face. She'd been perched in such a way that her little pom-pom of a tail had flicked and hit his nose, making him sneeze. It had all been very uncomfortable. Honestly, it was kind of embarrassing, Deku admitted sheepishly. "Seriously?" Kaminari asked, astounded. Clearly, he thought that such a situation was enviable. "Gotta admit Midoriya, I'm a little jealous," 𝗬𝗏 added with a smile. He was seated next to Kaminari across the table. "You should be glad she just has a little rabbit tail. Imagine if she had a tail like mine, you'd have a broken neck," mused Ojiro, who sat on the other side of 𝗬𝗏. "Even I must admit that I was impressed by her impressive acrobatics," exclaimed Aoyama, who'd come to sit next to Deku, or had he been there the whole time? "She seemed to cause Hawks quite a bit of frustration." "I've not seen him be that annoyed before," murmured Tokoyami, who was on Midoriya's other side. "I guess he did seem a little flustered," agreed Deku, who thought back to Hawk's side glances and narrowed at Mirko. "He's probably just jealous that she chose to pay attention to me and not him," Mineta said. He sat on the other side of Aoyama, causing Deku to lean over to look at him. Come on Mineta. You're just lucky that Hawks didn't also join in embarrassing you," Kirishima added as he walked behind the table that the boys were seated at. As if completely oblivious to Kirishima's statement or the fact that Mirko had not in fact been flirting with him, he said, "I've come up with a new term." 5. All the boys around the table exchanged quizzical looks before looking back at Mineta in question. Bakugo was suddenly at Kirishima's side, apparently having gained interest in Mineta's new word. "What is a RILF?" Ojiro asked, confusion evident on his face. Mineta smiled and said, "Rabbit, I'd like to F." There was a mix of laughter and snorts of disgust from across the table. "Seriously, only you Mineta?" Kaminari laughed. Bakugo seemed to lose all interest in the conversation, snorted and muttered morons, and then trudged off. Deku took that as his cue to also be done to go work on black WHP training. A quick text to All Might and he was on his way to the gym to get to work. After an hour and a half of black WHP training, Bakugo, All Might, and Deku called it quits for the night. While Bakugo had continued to be able to blast Deku with explosions, Deku was getting significantly better at using black WHP and had managed to avoid quite a few blasts. Despite having avoided several blasts this go-around, he had still been on the receiving end of quite a few of them, and so his hair was a smoky, charred mess. So straight after training he'd had a bath and then proceeded to complete his homework and look over his notes. As the hour crept toward 10 o'clock, Izuku heard his phone buzz. He'd been deep into his math notes, so it had had to buzz a few times to finally gain his attention. Once he'd picked up his phone from beside his bed, he'd been surprised and pleased to see that he had gotten a handful of texts from Uraraka. Oh wow! He murmured softly to himself as he scrolled through the messages. 2000 Hey Deku. Sorry we didn't get to talk much before or after dinner. I'm studying with the girls right now, but maybe we can talk later. 2045, I just saw you come back from training with Bakugo. But he never holds back, does he? I hope he didn't burn too much of your hair. 2100, do you think that we'll have some time to talk after we're both done with our homework? 2130, study session complete. How's your homework going? Did you finish? 2145, want to talk if you're done. 2149, we could go talk in the common room, or I could come down there and we could talk in your room. 2150, I was thinking of coming down to visit you, but Bakugo and Kirishima are out in the hall having some sort of loud conversation with Ishido. Well, actually Bakugo left and I think it's just Kirishima and Ishido, but they're right outside so I can't exactly go downstairs, plus there might be someone down on the 3rd floor or out in your hallway. 2152, wait, I think that sounds bad. I wasn't trying to invite myself into your room or anything. I was just saying that I wanted to talk to you and that I could come to your room if that was something you wanted. Sorry, I'm making this awkward. Deku's eyes widened as he read those last 3 messages. She wanted to talk in his room. A girl wanted to talk to him in his room. A girl and a boy alone in a dorm room, nobody else around. His mind instantly started conjuring horribly adult scenarios that made his cheeks flush red and his palms break out in a sweat. Stop thinking like that. She wants to talk and nothing else. Deku pinched his arm to try to banish that line of thinking. Think of a reply, think of what to say. She clearly wants to talk. Do I want to talk? Calm down. We both want to talk and we could potentially do that downstairs in the common room, but there will be other people there. Jiro is usually a night owl and will almost certainly be down there. He thought to himself in a panic. He briefly imagined Uraraka sitting on his bed looking at him with a smile on her face, but imagining her on his bed quickly warped to them holding hands, which then escalated to a conjured image of Uraraka without a shirt on, with nothing on but a BR, her bare stomach the center of the imagining and his trembling hand reaching out to touch it. Stop. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his phone again and thought about what to do. He wanted to talk to her, but he wasn't sure that talking alone in his room was a good idea. The thought of being alone with her was both exciting and terrifying. His phone buzzed again. 2200 Deku. Was it already 10 o'clock? It was getting late, perhaps they should just try to have a talk on another day. I want to talk to her, she clearly wants to talk to me and well, I'd really like to see her before I go to sleep. Maybe even hold her hand or hug her if she'd be okay with that. His cheeks warmed at that thought, about how nice it might be to hug her, to hold her, to pet her hair. Before he could stop himself, his fingers were hurriedly typing out a message that his brain had little say in. 2202, sorry it took me a while to get back to you. Was caught up with my math homework. I would love to talk to you but it is getting a little late and I don't want to keep you up. I'd be okay if you came to my room if that is something you're okay with. He'd sent the message before he knew it and watched and muted. Horror as the message sent away and was marked as delivered. Oh no, this is bad. I just invited her to my room. And I probably used too many exclamation points. She probably read that as me shouting. Stupid. What do I do? Deku moved around his room in a panic. He grabbed the bottle of lotion and box of Kleenex that were on the other side of his desk and hurriedly stuffed it in a desk drawer. There was a drawing of All Might on the wall that he'd hung up that now somehow looked horribly drawn and awful. He pulled that down and shoved it under his mattress. With panicked glances, he looked around his room and took in all the All Might paraphernalia. Well, there was no way he could possibly remove all of that in a timely manner, besides she already knew he was a mega fanboy. His comforter was ruffled back, so he hastily drew it up to make it at least somewhat presentable. There was some random debris on the floor that he quickly collected and haphazardly tossed into the rubbish bin. Deku realized that behind the garbage bin was a dirty magazine that Mineta had given him the day before to assist with his supposed MSTRBTN problem. Huffing in frustration and panic, Izuku snatched it up and briefly spared a glance at the cover. On the front cover was a high-definition photo of Mirko in a very revealing bikini with big bright lettering that read, "We know they're short, but are they curly? Insider tells all." Deku wrinkled his nose in embarrassment and quickly shoved that under his mattress as well. There was suddenly a frantic knock on the door and Deku froze in place, terrified of who he knew was on the other side of the door. He took a step forward and then stopped, too petrified to move closer. Without thinking he called out, yes? He immediately regretted it because if Uraraka was out there trying to sneakily knock on his door, she didn't exactly need him to be shouting out greetings. So stupid. Midoriya, what are you doing in there? I keep hearing you thud around in there like you're trying to dance. Wait, are you trying to learn to dance? Came Mineta's voice from the other side of the door. Relief washed over him like an ocean wave. He instantly crossed the gap between he and the door and swung it open a little too fast. Mineta practically fell forward into Deku's room because the door had opened so quickly. It took him a moment to regain his balance, but once he did, he shot Deku a puzzled look. Why are you so sweaty? And why do you look like I just caught you with your pee-pee out? Mineta asked suspiciously. He leaned his head sideways and glanced into Deku's room. Nothing looked out of the ordinary aside from the rubbish bin now appearing to be overflowing with garbage. I was moving things around and cleaning, that's all. Deku explained far too quickly to be convincing. Mineta narrowed his eyes and looked even more suspicious. Midoriya, were you like beating off with props or something? Deku felt like his whole face must have turned red. What? Props? How would the... I was cleaning. Mineta just stared at him. Mineta eyed him dubiously and remained silent. Finally, after a painfully long pause he said, "Sure you were, Midoriya?" He gave one more doubtful look at his classmate and then turned away. Deku gratefully shut the door and then sunk down to the ground. How embarrassing. Was it better or worse that it was Mineta at the door and not Uraraka? He wasn't really sure. Just as his heart had slowed down a bit, he heard a very quiet scratching at his screen door. Puzzled, he rose to his feet and moved over to the glass door. The curtain was pulled shut and as his hand closed over the fabric he wondered if he was going to find cheese outside his window again. Oh, Aoyama. He pulled back the curtain expecting to see some sort of design with cheese but was shocked. So shocked he let out a little screech, to see Uraraka floating just outside his door. He stumbled backwards and tripped, barely able to catch himself. Yura. He began loudly but immediately dropped his tone and quieted. She floated just outside his room dressed a pair of pale blue gym shorts, socks with bunnies on them, a light pink hoodie and what looked like something black underneath. She hovered delicately, her face bright red but a strong look of concentration there as well. He realized that she must have made herself weightless and had to maintain that for quite a while since she was 2 stories above him and on the opposite side of the building, which meant she'd likely floated up and around the dormitory to end up at his window. He briefly wondered how she knew which one was his from the screen door alone. Looking back briefly to the door and hesitating, expecting to hear Mineta or someone else banging on his door demanding to know why he was making so much noise. After that moment's hesitation and no one shouting at him, he very quietly moved to his screen door and opened it. Uraraka floated in, silent as the grave. The moment the door was shut again and he was facing her, she let out a breath, touched her fingers together and gently landed on the ground. Uraraka! Deku exclaimed in a whisper. She looked at him with red cheeks. Sorry, I got your text and I was planning on just, well, walking, but 𝐎𝐩𝐸 was in the hall and I didn't think I could get down here without being seen. So I used my quirk, she admitted, sighing heavily, her face slightly red from prolonged and precise controlled usage of her quirk. Deku stared at her, equal parts surprised and impressed. Surprised that she was actually here standing in his room, just an arm's length in front of him. Impressed that she'd made herself weightless long enough and provided enough direction and momentum to get herself to his room. A small, sly little voice whispered, this could come in handy in the future, that he immediately blocked out. He didn't have time for devious thoughts in his current agitated adolescent state. Wow. That must have taken some work, Deku marveled quietly. Silence followed and they both stood there, awkwardly, neither one knowing what to say in that moment. Okay, think Deku. She's in your room, what do you do now that she is here? We both wanted to talk, or well, maybe just see each other since we didn't get to talk much tonight. So what do I say? I got it. Thinking fast, Deku moved over to his book bag that was up against the foot of his bed and pulled out one of his notebooks. This particular notebook housed a lot of his detailed notes on his classmates' powers and costumes. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 had several pages dedicated to her quirk and all iterations of her hero getup during their time at UA. Deku flipped through the pages as he moved to 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴's side. He was going to break the silence by asking her about her most recent costume modifications and what the inspiration was. When in doubt, one could always talk heroes. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 wore a puzzled expression on her face as she watched Deku flip through his notebook. About halfway through the book, Deku flipped to the page that detailed 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴's first costume and the first notes he'd ever made on her quirk. I was going to ask you about your costume and the new look I've seen you in. What inspired it? Deku asked cheerfully as he flipped to the second page that was also all about 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴. Much to his alarm, Deku realized that on the second page he'd doodled her name multiple times in the margins of the notebook. Even more mortifying was a little heart he'd drawn next to one of the smaller doodles he'd made of her name. Toward the bottom of the page there was a small footnote about her costume and its perks, and then the phrase skin tight, which was underlined twice. He flipped onto the next page in a panic, which was a bit safer, though he realized that again he'd doodled her name in the margins. Sorry, guess I was, distracted when I made these notes, Deku mumbled nervously. To his horror, he then realized that he'd hastily scribbled out some lines commenting on the fabric that her costume was made of and how it wouldn't really leave much for undergarments. One particular line made him flush a healthy shade of tomato, red. It looks like it is form-fitted perfectly to her body. Must be moisture-resistant, heroes do a lot of sweating. What kind of underwear would she be able to wear under it? No underwear. Support built in. Bounce control. After reading those lines, Deku abruptly tossed the notebook aside, toward his bag and gave 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 a sheepish smile. Never mind, they're mostly just random notes and, things that I take note of, that is, stuff. Shut up. Don't keep talking, you're making it worse. Oh, that's okay, Deku, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 said with an equally embarrassed smile. Great, now she thinks I'm a lunatic who is obsessed with what she wears under her costume, he thought to himself miserably. Silence returned to the duo and he struggled to think of what to say or do. Why was this so strong? 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴, he began and cast a nervous look away from her. What did he say now? Where did they go from here? To be honest, I don't really know what to say. I don't have any experience with this kind of thing, or with girls. He felt his cheeks burn an even darker red. A gentle hand touched his shoulder then, surprising him. He looked at 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴, who was now giving a reassuring smile and actually touching him. That's okay, Deku. I don't have any real experience with this kind of thing either. You're the first boy that I've liked a lot, I guess. There was a faint blush in 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴's cheeks that somehow looked adorably endearing to Deku. He felt like his heart was expanding in his eyes just from looking at her. I'd really like to hold your hand again, he thought to himself. He eyed her silky auburn hair and wondered what it would feel like to run his fingers through the soft tresses. I don't know really what it is we're supposed to do. Do we start like going to movies together or something? He asked softly. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 dropped her hand from his shoulder and tilted her head to the side as if in thought. With her hand no longer resting on his shoulder, he started to feel the compulsion to hold her hand. It wasn't touching him anymore. Couldn't he just take it? Just take it, a little voice inside him whispered persuasively, but she might not like that, another voice cautioned. I guess before we do that, we should, figure out what this, she pointed to the both of them, is and what we want it to be. Deku nodded. That made sense, but what were they? He'd asked himself that earlier in the evening when they'd been holding hands before getting to their dorm. He'd not been able to flesh out the answer to that question. What are we? What do I want us to be? He looked at her as that thought ran through his head. Without really even thinking deeply, a part of him already knew the answer to that question. I like her, I really like her. I'd love to go to the movies with her and hold hands. I want to share ice cream and Pocky sticks with her. I want to be able to hug her and touch her face and slide her hair. I want to see her smile and laugh because of something I said or did. I want her to have a twinkle in her eye because she knows that we're going to do something fun together. I want her to accidentally make me float like she made herself float today because she's so excited. I want to write her love notes and buy her All Might action figures. I want to see her bare stomach again, maybe even her whole body. At that thought, Deku immediately stopped himself. He would not think those things. That would just get him all flustered and embarrassed. Besides, he wasn't even sure that Uraraka wanted those things, and that was kind of a very important part of this. She had to want those things too. Uraraka, I think for right now, well, Deku stumbled and struggled to find the right words to use. I think for right now, I just want to be around you. I like being around you and I really like talking to you, and holding your hand today was so nice. It made me happy. I don't know if that means we're like a couple or anything. I'm not even sure we have enough time to do normal couple stuff like go to the movies, but I think that I just want to be together and do whatever comes with that. He honestly had no idea what came with that other than holding hands, going to the movies, sharing ice cream, and announcing their couple status to the world, and he wasn't sure how feasible a lot of that was. He also wasn't sure he wanted for everyone else to know. He liked the idea of it being just them, especially when it seemed neither of them really knew what to do. I like that idea. Just being together, Uraraka said softly and looked at him with those big appealing brown eyes. Izuku felt like his heart might melt in his. She was so pretty. Why had he never realized before that she was the most appealing thing he'd ever seen? Okay, he whispered, and then in a moment of boldness, closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around her in a hug. The movement seemed to surprise Uraraka because she was extremely stiff at first but slowly relaxed and wrapped her own arms around him. The two stood like that for a while, locked in each other's arms, just enjoying the shared space. After a little while, they separated and were awkwardly silent again. Uraraka eventually broke the silent moment by moving to Izuku's bed and sitting down. She gently patted the spot next to her and he nervously took a seat beside her. He was sweating bullets as he sat next to her and she smiled at him. Here they were sitting alone on his bed. This seemed too fast. But then she surprised him by starting to talk about her costume and the new modifications she'd made to it. Her talking hero stuff immediately broke his anxiety and he was able to engage with her much more comfortably. For the next 45 minutes they talked about their work studies, costume modifications, Deku's training with black WHP, Uraraka continuing to press the limits of her zero-gravity quirk. It was a conversation that had become relatively relaxed and easy for both of them. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they lost track of time until Deku briefly glanced at the bedside clock on his nightstand. It was already 11:15. Whoa, Uraraka. It's really late. We need to get to bed, he said with a yawn. He wasn't sure how he'd managed to stay up this late without feeling tired until just now. Uraraka looked at the clock too and then back to him in surprise. Wow, guess that time really flew by. She was quiet briefly before adding, guess I should head back to my room. I imagine the halls are probably mostly empty by now. Yeah, Deku murmured. He didn't realize it until just that moment, but he was actually kind of sad at the thought of her leaving. He'd enjoyed talking to her and just being near her. Her leaving would somehow make his room feel so empty. Can I, use the toilet before I go though? She asked with a nervous smile. Blushing, Deku nodded. Oh yeah, sure. Uraraka. got up quietly and moved over to where Deku's bathroom was. For one panicked moment, Izuku worried that there was something horribly embarrassing in the bathroom, but in all honesty, he didn't spend much time in there, so the chances were low. Still, the thought of her in his bathroom did fill him with some anxiety, and perhaps excitement. He heard the door to the toilet slide open and then closed, and he sat quietly in his room, trying to ignore the sound of her moving around the bathroom. He'd never realized how thin the walls were until this moment. To distract himself and perhaps to calm himself as well, Deku lay down on his bed and began focusing on his breathing. Breath in and breath out, he thought to himself as he lay on his bed looking up at his ceiling. He felt himself begin to relax a little as he laid there breathing slowly and thinking about the day's events and about the girl he'd been lucky enough to hold hands with and even hug. At that thought, he smiled to himself and briefly shut his eyes. He'd only intended to rest there on his bed for a few minutes while Uraraka used the restroom, but apparently he was more tired than he realized, and once his eyes were shut, sleep claimed him. A few minutes after he dozed off, Uraraka quietly came out of the bathroom. She looked toward the direction that she'd left Deku and was quite surprised to see him lying down on his bed. Moving silently, Uraraka made her way over to the bed to look at him. He'd not moved when she'd exited the bathroom, and he was very still now. He was asleep. Ochako couldn't help but smile to herself as she watched the sleeping boy. He looked so peaceful. She cautiously moved to the door but hesitated. She couldn't leave the light on. Uraraka made her way over to Deku's light 𝗬𝗏𝐻 and flipped it off, shrouding the room in darkness. In the darkness of the room she could hardly see a thing as her eyes hadn't adjusted yet. After a few minutes of adjusting to the light change, she could make out the shape of Deku's desk, bed, and window. Again, she moved over toward the door and gripped the door handle when she heard a soft murmuring from Deku's sleeping form. Uraraka turned round and stared in the darkness at the shape of Deku on the bed. He was murmuring softly enough that she'd not been quite able to make out the words, but she thought he'd muttered something familiar sounding. She moved away from the door again and closer to the bed. Once she was within a foot of the bed, she couched down and leaned her head toward where Deku lay. It was quiet at first, and she wondered if she'd missed whatever whispering in his sleep he was going to do. One for all, he quietly murmured, surprising Ochako. She strained in the darkness to try and see him, but could only make out his form and nothing else. One for all. What was that? Weird, she thought to herself when he began to mutter again. Uraraka. Ochako felt herself flush red at hearing her name. Was he dreaming of her? She wondered what kind of dream he was having if he was in fact dreaming about her. I hope it's a good one, she whispered very quietly. She was suddenly struck by an overwhelming compulsion to climb in the bed with him, snuggle up to his side, rest her head on his 𝐕 and quietly listen to the beating of his heart. Ochako felt herself move forward but stopped herself. What are you thinking? That is awfully forward. He didn't invite you into his bed, and he is tired enough that he fell asleep knowing I was still here. If I climbed in bed with him, that would be not okay for a lot of reasons. First of all, it'd give him the wrong idea, and I don't want to do that. Secondly, he didn't invite me to stay the night, and thirdly, it would probably make him sleep poorly if I woke him up now by invading his personal space, Ochako thought to herself as she continued to stare at the sleeping Deku. But the compulsion and longing remained within her. Talking with him, hugging him, holding hands, using her quirk to get to him tonight, it had all been so nice. If she carefully placed herself next to him, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? She just wanted to listen to his heart for a few minutes. That was harmless, wasn't it? If he woke up, she'd just explain, and that should make it okay, right? She thought of his words earlier in the evening about how he just wanted to be near her, and a fond smile bloomed on her face. I want to be close to you too, she thought to herself. Against her better judgment, Ochako very carefully climbed into the bed next to him. At first, she made sure to not touch him and lay on the very edge of the bed, almost ready to fall out of it. When he didn't budge or wake, she silently scooted closer to him so that she was on her side and his shoulder just barely made contact with her 𝐕. She had her left arm tucked under her head, but her right arm remained free, and she cautiously moved her hand over Deku and placed it onto his 𝐕. He continued to sleep without being disturbed. As she settled into her side-lying position, She began to feel the soft thump of his beating heart and couldn't help but smile. She wasn't entirely sure why feeling his heart was such a nice thing, but for whatever reason it made her feel warm and fuzzy. I want to listen to it, she thought to herself nervously but made no effort to move forward. She laid like that for some unknown amount of time until her own eyes began to grow heavy. In the darkness of Deku's room and lying next to him, things were too cozy to not get sleepy. Besides, it was a rare day that Ochako would be awake past 10 p.m. Have to get up? Not proper to fall asleep with him. He didn't invite me, she thought to herself sleepily but made no move to get up. All she could focus on was how nice the soft beating of his heart felt under her palm and how pleasant it was to be next to another person who was warm, especially since there was no blanket on either of them. She briefly thought that she should have grabbed some of her mitts that she would wear whenever she'd go to a slumber party with friends. Inadvertently activating her quirk in her sleep was a real problem. However, the tug of sleep was too great, and even though she knew that this decision would have ramifications, she fell asleep next to Izuku Midoriya. What will Mineta think of next? Deku's mind was foggy when he woke, and he felt odd upon waking. His vision was somewhat blurry when he opened his eyes, and it took several moments to adjust to the light that was starting to creep in from his closed curtain. However, as his eyes adjusted, he realized that he was not in fact in his bed, but instead floating up near his ceiling. Surprise and alarm washed over him, and he briefly wondered if sometime during the night he'd accidentally unlocked and activated the 7th user's quirk, float. That is until he looked in the direction of his bed and saw Uraraka there in his bed. Feeling an intense wave of panic wash over him, Deku used the ceiling to push himself down, but he couldn't get to the ground while still being weightless. Uraraka would have to do that, and she was asleep. What is she doing in my bed? What happened last night? He thought to himself in a panic and began hurriedly sifting through his memories of the previous night. Deku remembered her coming to see him by way of his balcony, talking with her, hugging, and then realized that it was late in the night and that they needed to call it. He vaguely remembered her saying she had to go to the bathroom and lying down, and then nothing but foggy half-remembered dreams. Must have fallen asleep. Not good. Still floating above his bed, he saw that sometime during the night Uraraka had shed the pink hoodie she'd been wearing and was now dressed in a simple black tank top. Seeing her curled up comfortably on his bed filled him with both happiness and anxiety. Had anything else happened? Try as he might, he couldn't remember anything aside from falling asleep and perhaps feeling overheated at one point, but that was it. Gotta get her to wake up. Alarm hasn't gone off yet, but it will soon, and when it does, she'll probably be frightened by waking up in a place other than her room. With great caution, Deku called softly, "Uraraka, wake up. Uraraka." But the sleeping girl didn't show any sign of waking. Instead, she rolled from her side and onto her back, and Deku turned a bright red as he realized that her shirt had crept up well above her navel while turning over. He wanted to have a lingering stare at her, shirt pulled up, pale belly exposed, lying serenely in his bed. The sight made him briefly have naughtier thoughts that he immediately squashed. "Uraraka." He called a little louder. Still no movement from the bed. Damn it, gotta get her to wake up. Deku looked hurriedly around his room to see if he could grab something, anything to get Uraraka's attention. Aside from pulling the light fixture out of the ceiling, there really wasn't much. Black WHP, a small internal voice whispered to him. Yes, Black WHP could do. I wouldn't need to maintain it for very long, just long enough to grab something in the room and bring to me, or maybe even to just brush her to wake her. Black WHP it was. While he knew that this was probably his only option, another voice was very skeptical of his ability to use it with such precision. He could capture things with it sometimes, but honestly bigger objects were easier to capture and ensnare. To use it with such finesse that he was able to grasp something small like one of his action figures or even a crumpled up piece of paper required a bit more control than he thought he was capable of. Reaching out with a tendril of Black WHP to brush her cheek or shake her though, that was something he thought he could do a bit more easily. Focusing within himself, Deku directed his right hand in Uraraka's direction and felt that familiar tingle of power just beneath his skin. Okay, not too strong but strong enough to make her feel the touch, he thought to himself as the first tendrils of power woke and the dark energy began slowly spilling forward from his outstretched hand. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻𝗄 suddenly shot out with more force than Deku had intended, straight at 𝗎𝗏𝗏. Thankfully the power in it diminished slightly just before it reached 𝗎𝗏𝗏. Deku attempted to direct the dark energy up toward her face as if to brush her cheek with enough impact that she'd be likely to wake at the touch. However, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 seemed to have a mind of its own, and before Deku could call it back, the tendril of dark power whipped up across 𝗎𝗏𝗏's abdomen, catching the hem of her shirt and hiking it up to her chin, fully exposing her torso to him. All of 𝗎𝗏𝗏 was visible to him now. Well, all of her except what was covered up in her 𝗵𝘃𝗀, which he couldn't help but gaze longingly at. It was relatively straightforward, nothing too fancy, but it was the first real BR he'd ever seen, and on a real girl, a girl he liked. He took in the little baby pink bows at the base of the pink straps, the curve of an underwire, the bulge of cleavage as she lay on her back. She looked so good in pink. Deku let out a small squeak of alarm, excitement. He wasn't sure just as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏𝗄 moved to bump against 𝗎𝗏𝗏's cheek. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 turned out to be unnecessary though, as the little squeak of alarm Deku had released was all it took to make 𝗎𝗏𝗏's eyes pop open. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 stared at him sleepily, but confusion swiftly blooming in her eyes. Her gaze drifted down to the 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 tentacle that still rested on her cheek, and her eyes widened in alarm. She took in the scene, fully awake now, immediately placed the pads of her fingers together and whispered, "Release." The tendril of 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 immediately recoiled from 𝗎𝗏𝗏 as Deku began to fall and instead redirected to the curtain rod to slow his descent. Even with 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 successfully latching onto the curtain rod, however, he still crashed down face first over the head of the bed, his lower half somehow managing to land literally right on 𝗎𝗏𝗏's face. To make matters worse, the power with which 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 locked onto the curtain rod and the speed at which Deku fell made the rod unstable, and it clattered to the floor loudly. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 was caught under him and desperately clawing at him to get off and out of her face. Deku was dazed after having fallen headfirst over his bed and took a moment to get oriented. He felt 𝗎𝗏𝗏's hands on his hips suddenly, which immediately sobered him from his daze. His mind now filled with a strange mixture of excitement and panic. Before he could do anything or process the strange sensation of foreign hands on his hips, however, he was floating again. 𝗎𝗏𝗏 shoved him off her and away as he became weightless. He floated about a foot away before 𝗎𝗏𝗏 haphazardly released him, and he landed with a noof and loud thud on the floor. Well, if the loud noises in here were overlooked before, they certainly won't be now. Now everyone is going to come round to see what is going on in here, Deku thought to himself in a panic, his eyes moving to the door to stare wildly at it. His alarm clock went off then, and he practically flew out of his skin, emitting an alarmed yip in response. He looked toward 𝗎𝗏𝗏, who looked flustered, red-faced, and embarrassed. Somehow her shirt had managed to stay pushed up well above her melons this entire time. Deku felt his face flush hot and looked away from her. If he spent even a moment longer looking at her, he felt certain that the excitement he'd felt rousing at the unexpected touch of her hands on his hips would potentially put him at full mast in a second. Why was it so damn strong to be a teenager? Pun not intended. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 started quietly but stopped dead when there was a loud knocking on his door. They both stared at each other in pure terror as another knock sounded on the door. "Mon Dieu! Are you all right, Midoriya? I've heard quite the raucous 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sing-song voice." "All is well," Deku squeaked. The tone and pitch alone were enough to be entirely unconvincing. "Mon ami, do you need help? What is going on?" 𝗬𝗏𝗄 asked on the other side of the door, and Deku saw the handle twist. Pure horror shot through Deku, and on impulse he raised his right hand, and a 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 tendril shot out with shocking speed as it latched itself onto the door handle, preventing the handle from turning. What was it going to take for him to realize that a locked door was an absolute must in the future? "Closet?" Deku whispered with a panicky gaze at 𝗎𝗏𝗏. She immediately nodded, turned off the alarm clock, and stumbled out of the bed and toward the closet. Deku watched with panicked eyes as she slid it open and then slipped into it in one frenzied but quick motion. Throughout her hurried trot to his closet, her shirt had remained hiked up and the image of her melons, more exposed than he'd ever seen before, slightly bouncing in response to her frantic movements, seemed to burn into his brain. He felt a most unwanted teenage boy response in the form of tightening shorts. Not now. Get it together, Deku. Midoriya, the door. Is there something against your door? What's going on in there? Deku heard other voices from outside his door that sounded like Tokoyami and Mineta. What's all the noise about? I had another 10 minutes of sleep before my alarm was gonna go off. What gives? Mineta asked from the other side of the door. I too would like to know what's going on. Is everything alright? Tokoyami asked. As would I, Midoriya. The door. Aoyama called out in annoyance. Izuku gulped in a panicky breath of air, shifted his position so the embarrassing bulge in his was more obscured, and then retracted Black WHP and released the door. As Black WHP sprung back to him, the door suddenly flew open only to have Aoyama suddenly spill forward into his room. Tokoyami and Mineta stood behind him, confused expressions on their face. What happened to your door? The handle wouldn't even turn, Aoyama grumbled as he got up. He looked around the room and then at Midoriya with a very puzzled expression. Mon Dieu! What happened in here? Indeed, it looks as if you got into a fight, Tokoyami added, also peering into the now incredibly messy room. Behind him, Mineta looked silently around the room as well. He looked less confused and more so suspicious. Deku began, stumbling over his words as he struggled to come up with something that could explain the state of disarray. His eyes briefly darted down toward his palms and the tingling sensation of Black W just beneath his skin. Black WHP. Of course. It seems that just as I woke up and a Black WHP randomly, activated and yeah, I kind of made a mess. He hoped against hope that they would believe him. Aoyama, Tokoyami, and Mineta looked at him doubtfully. They knew that he was new to using Black WHP and that it was far from under control, but his quirk randomly activating. That seemed somewhat sketchy. Then again, he had broken his window on accident from apparently having his quirk randomly activate, so it might be a plausible excuse. Perhaps you should train more often with Bakugo, Tokoyami suggested. Or wear mittens to bed, Aoyama added. Deku absently doubted that mittens would stop the dark energy of Black WHP. Mineta strode forward then, past Tokoyami and Aoyama and into Deku's room. He stood just inside, more closely surveying the damage in the room. He looked back at Midoriya and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I asked you this last night, but I'm gonna ask you again, were you like hammering it home with props? It's the only reasonable explanation that I can think of that would explain the noise and the mess, Mineta asked seriously. Oh. I just accidentally activated Black WHP and it got a little out of hand, Deku asserted, knowing full well that he was blushing again at Mineta having asked about 𝗵𝗲𝗏𝗏. How crass, Mineta! Aoyama exclaimed with a wrinkled nose. Unless you were trying some freaky stuff with like Black WHP and yeah, I could see that getting out of hand, Mineta mused mostly to himself. Why is it always something SXL with you? Tokoyami asked seriously. Better question is when isn't it a SXL situation? Mineta rebuffed. Well, whatever the case, Midoriya, I think we should leave you to it. You have a bit of cleanup to do, I would think. Tokoyami gave one last look at Midoriya's mess of a room and then left the doorway. Aoyama shot Deku a curious look and said, well, I too must bid au revoir, though I'll vous plate in the future, do try to be a bit quieter. Mineta remained standing in Deku's room, looking at him suspiciously. Midoriya, I think we both know what's going on here, he said seriously. We do? Deku asked, his voice high and tight with anxiety. You were shaking hands with the milkman with Black WHP and it got a little crazy. It's okay, I get that. Hey, if I had crazy weird energy that could act like a whole other person's hand, I'd probably try it too, Mineta said with a serious expression. What? You're sorry, but no, it really, Deku began when Mineta interrupted him. Unless you had a girl in here and that's the reason for all the noise and mess. Mineta stared pointedly at Midoriya. Deku felt his whole face blush red and any words he'd had died on his tongue. He opened his mouth to speak but the words froze in his throat as he caught sight of Uraraka's discarded sweatshirt just peeking out from under his bed. If Mineta looked more closely at anything aside from him, he'd most certainly see it. Barely able to find his voice, he managed, a girl. Who would I have in here? Not a girl. I wouldn't even know what to do. The words sounded all wrong as they tumbled out of his mouth, yet somehow at the same time they rang with an embarrassing truth. Great, he was just making this worse. Right? 𝗵𝗲 said doubtfully. Well, keep it down next time, and if you did have a babe in here, well, expect to spill those details in full. 𝗵𝗲 added with a lecherous smile and turned on his heel and left, shutting the door behind him. Deku sat on the floor, sweat pouring out of every pore and his heart hammering in his 𝐸. Oh, this was bad, this was very bad. He looked in the direction of his closet which 𝗬𝗧𝗏 hid in. Slowly he got to his feet, scooped up her sweatshirt and moved over to his closet and gently slid the door open to reveal 𝗬𝗧𝗏 crouched on the floor red-faced and clearly embarrassed. She'd managed to pull down her tank top, which Deku was somewhat relieved at seeing. He didn't think he could handle seeing that much of her on top of all the other things that had happened that morning. Deku, she began, her voice quiet and shuddering, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have just left, but you fell asleep and you looked so peaceful there, and I don't know why, but I just really wanted to feel or hear your heartbeat, so I ended up getting into the bed with you to feel it, and I fell asleep. I am so sorry. Tears spilled out of her eyes as she desperately wiped at her eyes. Seeing her cry made Deku's heart ache in a way he'd not felt before. He decided that he didn't like it and never wanted to see it again. Getting down on her level, Deku crouched on the ground and instinctively took her face in both his hands and forced her to look at him. Hey, it's okay. It's all right. Shoo, don't cry, he reassured gently, moving one hand from her cheek to her head to slide her hair soothingly. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 instantly stilled at the touch, her tears still running down her face but no new ones developing. She looked at him with big, quivering eyes and suddenly lunged into him, wrapping her arms around him in an embrace. Deku was surprised by the motion and took a moment to adjust to it, one hand eventually wrapping around her in kind, the other still gently stroking her hair. I'm sorry. I should have just left, but I didn't, she murmured softly, her face pressed against his 𝐸. It's okay, Deku murmured. Now that she'd stopped crying and now that they were locked together in a tight embrace, he became acutely aware of that proximity. It both excited him and made him nervous as a gazelle about to be pounced on. He looked down at her auburn head tucked into his 𝐸 and felt a pang of adoration surge through him. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 moved a bit away from Deku to look at him, her eyes still moist and red from crying, but not making new tears. She let out a little sigh and looked at him fondly. Something in the look that she gave him made his heart sputter in his 𝐸, and he suddenly became aware of how close her face and mouth were to his own. It would only be a matter of inches and he could close that distance with her and embrace her. His mind reeled at that thought. Embrace her. They'd barely started holding hands and now he was thinking of her. It's the natural thing to do, whispered another voice in his head. Based on the direction of her eyes, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was having similar thoughts. Deku followed her gaze and easily surmised that she was eyeing his mouth intently, also keenly aware of the small space between them and how easy it would be to lean forward to close it. There was something in her eyes that made butterflies dance in his stomach and a tingling start to grow in his groin. Her head moved forward a fraction, his head followed suit. One more subtle movement forward and they'd be nose to nose, and after that, locking lips. Bill, get out of there. You can't embrace her. This is not the time, an inner voice chided urgently. His mind cleared a fraction to see 𝗬𝗧𝗏 lean a smidge closer and felt his stomach leap into his throat. We'd better get moving, he abruptly said, a little louder than he'd intended. The statement seemed to pull 𝗬𝗧𝗏 back to reality as well as she moved several inches backwards, her face turning a rosy pink. Right? She said softly and rose to her feet. Deku paused, then asked, let me peek outside and see if anyone is out there, and if it looks like it's clear you can make a run for it, unless you want to float yourself back to your room. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 shook her head. I don't know that would be the best idea since it's daytime, and if anyone is looking out their window, they'll see me just kind of floating around and start to ask questions. Good point. Okay, I'll go with you until we get to the stairs. Deku agreed and then moved toward the door. He pressed his ear up against the door and listened for what felt like several minutes. He then cracked the door open a fraction and looked outside. Turning back to 𝗬𝗧𝗏, he whispered, Nobody is out there that I can see, come on. Together the two deftly moved out of his room and into the hall. There wasn't anyone that they could see, though they could hear some footsteps on the floor above them. Deku knew that the two of them being together in what would mostly look like bedtime clothes would be highly damning, but he couldn't bring himself to just abandon her until they got to the stairwell. If they made it to stairwell, they could likely excuse away a lot of questions. She was going to take a shower but forgot something and ran into him. She was getting up to get a snack before getting dressed, and they crossed paths. The possibilities were endless. They made it to the stairwell where 𝗬𝗧𝗏 paused. She looked at Deku, her cheeks slightly rosier than they normally were. "I guess I'll see you a little later," she murmured softly, and much to his surprise, she briefly took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. "Yeah," was all he managed to squeak out, feeling hot and flustered with her holding his hand when at any moment someone could come by see them. "Is that such a bad thing?" a tiny voice inside him asked. Before he could answer that voice or do anything really, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 surprised him by suddenly leaning forward, standing on her tiptoes, and closing the distance between them to plant a swift and entirely unexpected embrace on his lips. Their lips touched for perhaps a microsecond, and then the contact was broken and she was scurrying up the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time. Izuku remained in the stairwell, looking blankly forward. He could feel a body-wide blush taking root on him, and he could only imagine how ridiculous he looked standing there in a t-shirt, shorts and socks, red-faced, blank stare. "She me. She actually me. I just had my first embrace. And it was with 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Wait, does that actually count as a first embrace? Of course it does. But, shouldn't I have done something more? I think I need to research." Slowly, he turned around and moved out of the stairwell and back to his room. He might have passed by Mineta, Aoyama, Tokoyami, anyone or no one. He didn't really know, and he didn't really care. For in that moment, all that was on his mind was standing in the stairwell with 𝗬𝗧𝗏 and her leaning forward to embrace him. It had been so fast he had no time to feel or taste or really anything in that shared embrace. What would a full embrace feel like? What would it taste like? What would it feel like? What would she feel and taste like? Something unfamiliar and primal seemed to wake in the pit of his belly at such thoughts. What would her lips taste like? What would she feel like against his fingertips or against his lips? The mere thoughts of such things made his mouth water, a phenomenon that both excited and confused him. He needed to stop thinking these things. Whatever this strange feeling was, well, it wasn't helpful or wanted. After some light breathing exercises and focusing his mind by running through some complicated math equations, Izuocha finally managed to dispel the disturbing amount of longing that had filled his mind. He was not Mineta. He was not going to be a SLV to his teenage. Even as he went through his morning routine in mechanical fashion, his mind wandered away from the mundane activities of his morning ablutions. Keeping the memory of 𝗬𝗧𝗏 boldly closing the space between was proving pointless. It kept running on repeat in his head. All he could think about was that embrace and how he really wanted to try it again, except this time he wanted to embrace her.